happy Merry Christmas again. And happy... What day is it? What day? What? Happy Thursday. I hope you had a good Christmas so far.
Rejoicing.
Yay! I hope you had a good Christmas so far and fun days and everything, and welcome back. Hey David, hey Bam, how are you guys doing? Bird, it's a Charlie. Hello Charlie. It's a Charlie. He's hanging out. He had a bath today. A little bath. Little birdie bath. Oh, you want my paw? You want my paw? Your paw? Puppy paw. Puppy paw. Just a little pupper. Holding my hand. Licking my hand, rather. Hi. And yeah, we're gonna build some stuff. Also, lovely bird victim. Just so you know what I'm working with. Not that I need the mouse right now, but you know. Yeah. Charlie took a bite out of it. Okay, so we've got some stuff here. Which this is the first time I'm ever building something like this, so bye. Got scared by the box. It's also a bit stinky, you know, so that's something. I'm fairly sure I'll need this later on. I don't know. I'm also absolutely not in the mood to read the directions or instructions, but I probably will. Because, yeah. So, Ducky, you're a bit bright. Where am I gonna put you? Right in the way. This is what it's gonna look like. Where's the camera? No, this one. It's gonna be Japanese street thingy. Also, it supposedly takes 4 to 5 hours. So it's not gonna be finished today, probably. I don't know. Or we're gonna speed walk through it. Though it's supposed to be relaxation time. Charlie, are you gonna come back down, please? Cause you are. Excuse me. You're eating my book DVDs. Aye. Doing kissy noises. Okay, so instructions. Bye bye. Charlie, don't fall. Did the pigeon scare you? Oh, poor baby. Come, we're gonna pull the curtain shut so the pigeon that can't scare you. Yeah, mean little pigeon. Mean little pigeon scared you, poor baby. Yes, I know. They're very scary. They're very scary. They're coming already for bedtime, I guess. Yeah, instructions are overrated. Honestly, I never really care for instructions. But, you know, don't wanna break things. Okay, so it's inspired by the Gion district in Kyoto. Apparently. Wait, where's the camera? There, good. It's a bit light there. Pictures. Nice. So that's what we're gonna build. And it's a bit broken, but that's fine. Also, there's glue involved. Do we have glue? Do I have to... There's sand... Nail file? Why? Okay, it doesn't look like there's glue. Did it tell me I needed glue? Where the fudge am I gonna get glue from now? I have some wood glue. I'm not sure if it's still okay. Do not place the product near heat or in water. You don't say. Make sure to test if the light is working properly by following these few steps. Okay, cool. Test the light. Oops, the plants are coming out. Okay. Touch sensor panel. That's a sensor panel? It shows a buttony thing there, but apparently it's not. Okay. They already in. Why do I have to... Why does it show me to stick it in? That's weird. Anyway. Connect the wire port of the light to wire port of the touch sensor. Insert the AAA batteries. The product does not come with batteries. Tap the touch sensor panel. Okay. I need some batteries. Where are batteries? Hello? Charlie, do you know where the batteries are? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I had a whole bunch of batteries that I bought, but somehow they all disappeared. I don't know why. Hi Charlie, are you gonna poop on my shoulder? Please don't. I'd much appreciate it if you didn't. Okay. Open the box. Okay, that's not how you open it, apparently. Okay, excuse me, do I need to... I don't want to pull them out. Gonna use a lever. No? Also not? Am I gonna struggle already with... I'm confused. The wires? No, it says connect the LED light. And then insert the AA batteries, so it... But how does... That's weird. There. It's a bit odd. Okay. Good. Touch. Well, that's a bust. That does not seem to work. I mean, it's already suspicious that it's been connected already. I'd say that's dead. Is that an owl? Hey, Sly. What owl? Holy crap. There's no owl. Okay, let's see. Just to exclude that the batteries are dead. Charlie? Again? Ah! It's the batteries! Hooray! Why were you in there? Why are you empty? Huzzah! Yay, 3 stream streak! Okay, it works. It worked. Look, it's shiny! Where's the touchy thing? There. Okay, good. Goody, goody, goody. No, turn off. There. Oh, good. Good. Done. Ow. The box said it takes 4 to 5 hours, so this is probably going to be an 8-hour stream of just messing around and finding out. Pretty much. Hey, Wizard. How you doing? Yeah. 8-hour stream of getting distracted. And finding glue. Assisted pickup. Assisted pressing. Okay. It doesn't say anywhere that I need glue. Glue needs to be used at certain points. After the glue is added, leave the product untouched for 2 hours to ensure firm paste. To save time, you can do the gluing step first and then assemble the rest of the plugins. Well, could you tell me what kind of glue you want me to use? Wood glue? Or thingy glue? I don't have any thingy glue. What glue do I have? I haven't glued anything in ages. Okay, this is the sky. A. Okay. I need a bit of quieteness. Quieteness. Okay, where do I have glue? Let me think right quick. I mean, is this wood? It is wood. Would glue work? I guess. Gonna get the wood glue? Boop. Also, he's not an owl. He's a Charlie. He's a maroon-bellied conure. Yo. No owl. The bird is blurring into the chair a bit, so it's hard to see. I mean, yeah, because he's green. He's kind of flickering as well, because he's being keyed out. I think a glue stick will work best. I don't have any glue stick. I haven't had a glue stick since 2009. Okay, let's see if I have any glue. Oh my god, I might have actual. Oh, okay, wait a second. Wait a second. And you just pooped on my head. Back. Wait. I've got an owl, by the way. It's Uhu. It's Uhu, the owl glow thing. Yes. Okay, I have no idea where he pooped, but he did not poop at me. So... Yay. Alright. I think I bought a glue stick in about 1993 and still have it. Dude, it was always so exhausting when you were gluing and then it was just kind of, okay, the glue is gone. And you're just kind of pressing the last few millimeters out. Come here. Oh, Prittstift. Come here. Joy, here. There's Prittstift in other countries? Joy, come here. Come here. Hier. Joy, no barking. Come here. Guck, hier. Ich hab Kleber. Guck mal. Ist mein. Komm, Bettchen. Pritzig was black, white, and red, I think. Who was... Oh, yeah. Or. Yeah. Yeah. Red and white and a bit of black, yeah. Take your nose out of there. Tesa has a glue stick. Tesa has a glue stick? Since when? That's a new thing. And I saw that shit's locked up tighter than Davy Jones' locker. Scrubbing the plastic across the paper. Yeah! No. No, but it's triangular. What? It's triangular? Okay, wait. Instructions. Alright. So, let us start. We're starting with an A. Adjoint 9, come here. Stop the barkiness. Hör auf. Hier. 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 Prima. Ab ins Bettchen. Super. Puppy. So. Okay. Where is B? There is B. Hello, B! I don't need B right now. Or A, actually, for that matter. So A and B go to... C. If anybody, if I'm asking where A and B is, it's over there. Next to the computer. Okay, next. We get G. G, okay. G, P. J F E G. Okay. Tipex. Oh, Tipex. I never got the hang out of using Tipex properly, so it doesn't look shitty. Okay, take the wall. But it was banned in school because there were rumors you could die sniffing it. No, that was this stuff. Dude, I actually liked I actually like to sniff my uhu, not this one. This one is I mean, proper bad. But one that you could turn the head off, and it was either a stick to do or a little flat surface. Hey Juan, how are you doing? Remember those white outlines? Here it was like a face of an animal. White outlines. White out tip. Oh, a little roly thing that had a little snoot, and you were basically pulling it, and it came off off as a stripe. The one that had the winder in the bottom. Yeah, ours didn't look like animals. But I think there were some. Like a lipstick control. Lipstick control. Okay. Okay. Oh dear lord. Wait. This is too tiny. So, I have to... They're supposed to be, I don't know, assisted pickup pressing, but I don't know. Maybe I should look through it if there's actual support thingies. Kyoto Gion. Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. It's exactly the same thing. No, one is thinner and one is whatever. I found C. This is the other sky thing. Goes here to A and B. Okay, so these are supposed to help me. I don't see it helping me, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so I need the little crossies and the little other thingies. They're little... tiny little thingies. Wait, come out. Tiny little... I could use a little container. Look, this is where my ring came in. Let's put that in there. There. So they don't float away into the nothingness. Into oblivion. Sniffing, edding. Edding! Edding? Oh, yeah, it did have a good smell back then. Kind of. Twist the lipstick to make it extend. Yeah, but that is the Prittstift. Same with the glue sticks. I had a thing on the bottom you could twist to eject the carrier. Eject. I mean, it's accurate, but also weird. There. Big thing. And whatever this is. It said not to take everything out to avoid confusion, but I'm already confused, so you know what, whatever. Okay, these go together. There's a... Okay, either I have to push it in from the bottom. I might actually, yes. I think it's from the bottom. Oh dear. Prittstift and Uhu was the same here. Uhu also did tubes of traditional glue. Yeah, this one. Traditional. Oh dear, that's not going on. Yay! It went in. It's a little shelfie thing. Okay. Good. And that goes somewhere. Where's the door? Wait, that's the wrong one. This is the other one. This is where the X's go. Which way though? One direction, I would assume. Okay, we've got this, like this, and then I would assume it goes in like this. Because one side points forward and the other back. I know. Oh, how do I use this? Do I stick it on there? Ow. It's poking me. Yay! Oh, this is actually kind of good. Why did I buy the little, pincers? What are they called? Pincetten. Wait. It's coming out. Oh, it's the wrong one. That's why. Eh. There. Very good. Sure. Okay. Down here as well. Eh. Wait, do they have... Oh, they have smaller and bigger sides. Oh no. Do they have arrows? No, that's not an arrow, that's a line. Wait, did I push them in wrong? I would assume there's only one way to push them in if one of them is bigger than the other one. But, you know. Yeah. This goes in very smoothly, but it falls out. So I would assume that it should be the thicker side that goes in, so it doesn't fall out. Oh, okay. Oh, now I get it. The lines... There's tiny little... you can't see it very well because it's too bright there. There's tiny little red lines that are down here, and then on here it shows where the red lines are supposed to point. So... I think it shows me that it's supposed to be the big side that's up. The things. Okay. And... Okay, you know how people say they do puzzles to relax and stuff? I don't find this relaxing. It's enjoyable, and I like building stuff, but it's not really relaxing. I do not feel relaxed. Oh! Okay. So I take the other thing here with the door. Ow! Okay, that might be why I'm not relaxed. I just constantly hurt myself. And I put this thing on there. Oh no, I'm missing the top thing. Yeah, like this? No. Like this. Hop, one. Doing okay, just drinking my coffee and breakfast. Sounds good. Just don't forget to hydrate as well. I need to too. My hands are super dry. Re once grew up with Ari Keeper. Best Finnish glue. What? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. And you know the feeling? I play Sudoku because I think it's fun, not because it makes me relaxed. I mean, dude, that's stressing. That would stress me out even worse. How do people find that relaxing? It's interesting, you know, also, you know, challenging and whatnot, but relaxing? You need to breakfast. Go and eat some breakfast. What? Breakfast? The music is very fitting. Breakfast? It is almost 3 p.m. Ooh, it's 3-dimensional. It's so cool. Look. Wait. Oh. Is it supposed to make that noise? I think it's supposed to be, yes. Okay, it's not... I mean, it's still 3-dimensional. This is why I have the camera, dear lord. I play chess because it's fun and mostly kick-ass. Yeah. But people say you have to have a hobby that relaxes you, you know? Look at it. It's pretty. Okay, why are there 2 more? Are these extra? Okay, where's the roof? The roof. The roof. Oh, there it is. Okay, now, wait, here. The roof is on fire. Don't go breaking my fingers. They're kind of painful at times. Okay, it's in. And... okay. Oh dear. Okay, one roof. G12. G12 to F10. No? There. I don't know the layout of a keyboard? No. Key, chessboard. Shame. Never heard of this brand? Me neither. Hey. I guess it never got out of Finland. Da 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 da. Okay, so we've got the G13 now. Come on. Oh wait, G13 is bigger than I thought. Oh no. Oh no, don't break it. I'm so scared of breaking these things apart by accident. I mean, look at this. It's got a grid thingy, and it's connected by two little pippa-loops, so it could break. Easy peasy. Okay, there's also nothing in background, it's just wood. Wood. Oh, it starts at the bottom though. I'm a rule breaker. I'm starting at the top. Can you follow instructions? Yes. Will you follow instructions? No. No. Okay, there's a little poop-a-doo-boop. Where's the little poop-a-doo-boop? There. Come out, little poop-a-doo-poop. Okay. Actually saw some Finnish chocolate in a UK supermarket, but it was so expensive. Dude. You know what's bad? Danish chocolate. You know why? 'Cause there's licorice in it. They have everything with licorice. It's horrible. I went to the store in oh, this is not to pop out. In Denmark once, and it was just licorice shit everywhere. It's so ooh. I bought my father some licorice coffee. I don't know if he actually drank it though. He liked licorice. I don't know if he actually drank it though. Yeah, I mean, I don't like it in the first place. I also wouldn't. Yeah, but no, in chocolate, I didn't buy the chocolate at the time. I didn't have that much money, so I think I stuck with only the coffee. Dude, look at this. It's so pretty. Oh my god. Come on, go down there. Wait, how do I? Oh, like this. Is this no? Look at it! It's so cool. It looks so cool. Oh my god. Okay. Now we have G17. It's this. And wait, let me put this in here. G17. And a weird stick. G16. And we've got paper. Okay, wait. How do I... It's a sticker. Do I have to stick it on that thing? How does that work? Well, I'm confused. By the way, should I try to get the camera closer? I think it's a bit far away, isn't it? Also, probably the wrong thing. Hello. Do I have a... Hi. There. Close up! Hello. There's a green screen. You said it beautiful. Licorice is really good when you are congested, so the tea sounds great. No, it's coffee. Coffee, not tea. I don't know if that was tea. Here for black currant and licorice sweets to be a thing. Phaser chocolate. Hi, wo willst du hin? Where are you going? Where are you moving? Do you want to go on the table? And I'm gonna put the glue away and you can walk through here if you want. Just don't poop on there, okay? No poopies? Hmm? Can't be working like this. Isn't he so cute? So cute. Okay. How am I gonna work like this, Bubby? Okay, bird petting break. Sorry. I had a look and it was imported from Finland. It looked pretty good and only had like 5 ingredients in it. It looked like some premium stuff. Damn. Hi, Charlie. Oh. Don't bite me, please. Birdie. Charlie. Gotta scratch the chin. Do birds have chins? I don't think so, but it's kind of a chin. What was my first thought? Can I steal your bird? 'Cause he's cute. That's why. Hi, baby. No? Back on the shoulder? Okay, thank you. Now he's almost disappearing. Look at he's so green. Oh dear. Okay. I think I need to stick this thing on here. Okay. Can't see shit, sorry. There. But it would come off. Do I stick it, wrap it around the back? Don't think so. Camouflage bird. He's not made for green screens. Okay, I'm sorry, but is this supposed to stick to this? Because it keeps coming off. Where's the camera? There is the camera. Oh dear Lord, I'm an idiot. I did it the wrong way. This way it's gonna stick into the wall with the front. Oh no! Okay. Okay. I got this. Okay, okay, okay. Good. Where does it go? Oh shit. Okay, where does it go? Top. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, it's getting held by a frame. Okay. Gotcha. God, my hands are so dry. I wish I could teach Joy to get the other bottle. But it's made out of glass, that would be dangerous. Okay. Where's the thing? Here's the thing. I'm an idiot. Blind. G18. G20. And the 19s. You know what would be cool if I could just create a playlist of songs that we could listen to at the same time without, you know, any TOS breaking thing. If you wanted to, that is. Not a must. I know if you want to listen to your own stuff, then it works too. I think I should probably put the brown things to the front, right? Are you brown? You're brown. Doesn't work. Do you upload these VODs anywhere? I did do sometimes to YouTube, but I'm just saving them mainly on here. Yay! It's a cute little lamp. Oh my god, look at it! It's so adorable. Wait, it's too dark in there. Wait, I need one of my birds. There. Look at it! I think I need to put the focus. Where's my mouse? Hello, mouse. Oops. Okay. There. Because if you do not just play whatever music you want, it's much more... Yeah, I try to, you know, do the... where it's on two different sound... what's it called? Layers. And one goes to the VOD, the other one doesn't, but it didn't work out completely. And would not play properly on stream either or something. Got issues all the time. This is what it looks like now here. Did I put it on correct? Yes. Oh my god. That would have been so annoying right now. It's right side up. Yeah. Parts will sometimes get muted. Since the DJ thing they started on Twitch, I have found I get warnings way less than I used to. Dude, I always got phony warnings as well, which was really annoying. Just some bullshit that was remixing some... Also, free-to-use songs. They remixed some free-to-use songs, and that was just... how they got you. It was so annoying. Bullshit. Where's the thing? There. This will be glued on. Also, I think that's it for this thing. Where's the glue? Holy, you have a bird on your shoulder. Hey, Krusty Krab. Yes, I do. There's too much. Oh no, oh no. Ah. Okay, wait. Can I need a tissue. I need a tissue. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, Charlie. Don't mind the pigeons. They're okay. Right. Wait, I can turn the thing. I don't have to turn my hand. Sometimes I'm honestly doing the most complicated things for the most easy tasks. That's not gonna work. Okay. That's good, I think. Goody goody. That is on there, and now I have to put the red soba. I don't know what it is. Soba. I don't know what the kanji is. Does anybody know this kanji? There. The other one is ramen down there. That I know, but soba place. It's so blurry. Wait. There. Gonna try autofocus, but it might screw up things even worse. See? That's just... Dude, autofocus! That means you're supposed to focus on the things. Stupid thing. There. That one. Alright. Okay, wait. Kevin MacLeod songs. What? Who's a Kevin MacLeod? Holy... Yep. It has a red tail too. It's so... Yeah. And blue wings. And he's sleepy. He's a sleepy little birdie. Right, thank you. Usually he likes to sleep in my hair, but my hair is now up, so it's... There's no hair to sleep in. How does it feel to be this cool? Awesome. So this is kind of sucky because it's the whole way through is gluey, but I only attach a tiny little wimble. Wait, do I stick it in there? I think I stick them in there. Ah, no, I moved the thing. Don't touch it. Oh. Don't like that. Don't like it right now. Okay, how old is it? Charlie? Oh god, how old is Charlie? Oh. Cuddle. Don't dig my skin, please. Okay. Don't bite the ear, don't bite the ear. I think I got him 2017. I think. Where did I live? I think I lived in Hamburg. Did I? No. No. I lived in the other place. So that was 18, maybe? What year is it? So he might be 7 or 8, because I got him from people who already had him with them for a long for maybe a year or so. Oh shit. Okay. I mean, they're kind of weird. Maybe 20s, 27. Dude, my math skills suck, okay? He's 7 or 8 years old. What's the story of you getting him? Okay, he's, so I thought conures looked really adorable. I always had budgies, and I then had cockatiels, a couple of them, as in 2, and lovebirds too. And I thought, you know, I really would like a conure, and you know, I didn't want to get one from a breeder, so I looked online, and there was somebody who was looking to rehome their conure, this little bud, and yeah, so I got into contact with them and took him home. And funny enough, they said he's not human contactee, so they couldn't touch him. They couldn't. They could just about feed him with a bowl in their hand and holding the bowl like this, and he would fly to the bowl, but not to the hand. After 3 days with me, he started to try to steal my breakfast. He instantly went on my knee, my arms, my shoulder, my everything, kept climbing up on me, and tried to steal my tea, licked all my tea mugs and everything, and he was just obsessed with me. He does not like other birds though, or did not. He's now kind of okay with other birds as long as they leave him alone. Which Rosalina doesn't really understand. Rosalina is one of the lovebirds that is still with me. Is also a male. I know with the name, yeah, I know. And yeah, so still tries to have a bond with Charlie, but you know, Charlie's not really interested. Yeah, that's Charlie's story, kind of. Yo. Kevin is the kind king of no copyright YouTube music. Oh, okay. Gotcha. don't know what that means, but he's making music. That's just a kanji for place. Oh, okay, so it's the soba place. Yeah, I know soba noodles. I know soba. I just didn't know what the kanji meant. I would assume restaurant-y place, you know, where you go to eat soba, but it's just an assumption. Yeah. Okay. So we need the street. Here's a street. Wholesome burb. Yeah, he truly is very wholesome and adorable. Okay. Ow. That hurt a bit. He makes music that is free use. There's a guy called Miracle of Sound as well that is free use. Okay. Cool. The one I'm playing as well, where is it? There. Pointing. Arian von Ziegler. He's also doing I mean I bought it. But I think he was it wrote in the YouTube videos that it's free to use or something. I'm not entirely sure. I bought it on what is it, Bandcamp thingy, and just have it in the playlist there. I don't know where I'm pointing. Okay, I'm sorry. I like, you know, very calm music. Okay. Wait, where was the name? Where was the name? Kevin! Okay. Goody. So, street. Oh, I've got to glue the road thingies on. And the plant. Step 2. Why? What? Oh, this is step 2. Okay, got it. Okay, so... Yeah. Don't go breaking apart. 'Cause I'm gonna cry if you do. Okay. Look. Isn't it cute? There. Can't see much. Okay. Cool. Okay, now I need to find the road thingies. L, H, L, there. And glue the plant there. L what? L1 and 2. There. Comfy little bird, comfy little bird sitting on my back. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Let me drink some tea. Charlie, don't be scared. It's a thermos. Ba ba bum ba do 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 dum ba da dum bum bum. Oh dear. It's gonna be exhausting to glue this on. Oh no, it's coming out! Ah! Ah, I glued myself. Ah. Okay, good. We've got that. Now I need a little house thingy. Where's F, 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 D, H. Big piece. Also goes to A and B and C. F, 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 J, F. There. Oh my god, it's cherry blossoms! There's a tree! Oh my god! And a cat! And what is that? A raccoon? No. Okay, F8. F7. F... what is it? F10? F10 and F9? What is F11? Where is F11? F11 is not here. F10, planter. Okay. Charlie, what are you doing? Okay, there's a... Okay. Got it. And gotta glue these together. Lovely. Should probably do that while it's already sticking, otherwise I'll struggle with that. Ah. It's gonna come off again. Okay. And also I need a plant. Okay, which plant am I gonna put in there? Oops. Well, it's time for me to leave for now. I'm going to watch something with my community on Discord. Enjoy! Have fun! Oh dear. It's Windows. Have a lovely time. Hope to see you around. Take good care of yourself. Ah, Charlie, don't scratch my back. Oh dear God. Okay, which plant shall we place there? Which of the little planties should go in front of here? Where does it even go? There's a freaking door. Is the door not supposed to be used? It's literally a door. Huh? That makes no sense. I guess the place is out of business because they're placing freaking plants in front of their doors. That makes no sense. Look at it. It looks so cool. But also, there's the door. Can I just put the plant on the street? No, that's, don't know, like this. I mean, then nobody can actually use the road anymore, but... This is just stupid. Sorry, Charlie. Okay, I'll decide later on the plans. It's okay. Let me glue the little thingy on top. Yeah. Look. Oh shit! Oh no. Okay. Good. Be good. Okay, let's put this here. Very pretty. Very pretty. It's gonna be the backdrop now. Wait. There. Well, at least we can look on the bright side. At least there won't be a rude little child telling us we're stinky today. That is true. That is true. No little brat telling me I'm stinking. Wow. Well, later maybe. Who knows? Okay. Now. What is this? F. F in chat. Okay. I've got the little square thing with a thing. Bonk. I've got the other thing with a thing and a blob. And a door. Charlie, you're scratching my neck. Hey, Fallen Hellcore, sorry, dude, I never notice when people are coming in that haven't been here, because I just see the color. I feel like I've seen the color before. That's why my brain just says, okay, you've been here before. Hey, how are you doing? Good day, good morning, good evening, good. Ow, Charlie. How you doing today? Where's the sticky stick? There. F2, yes. Boop. Oh, you blooping? Making little baby noises? Burp, burp. Burpy noises? Yeah. Oh. Okay, there's a backup. This part number in red is spare parts, the same below. What? The parts numbered in red are spare parts, the same below. Oh. I get it. Okay. Goody. Spare parts. Ow, 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 Charlie. Don't scratch the neck. He's sitting there, really comfortably, right there. In the crook of my neck. It's fine. I'm doing okay. That's good. It's good. I'm doing okay too. Bit of a neck problem. Pain and also burden neck. But otherwise, good. Neck pain is not really letting off. I'm probably gonna put some Tiger Balm on later, just so it doesn't hurt anymore. I just don't remember where I put it, 'cause I keep forgetting everything. Look. And now we're gonna put the... Wait, how does that go? Oh, the roof! The roof! The roof is on fire! Where's F21? Burb is living there now. She's there to fix the neck. I wish that is what Charlie would do, but he's not really in the neck fixing business. He's more in the ear biting business. And screaming. Very, very good at screaming. He is, indeed. Do not bite. Do not bite, Tyler. Oh my god. Is that my neck that's so red? Or is that just a camera thing? I don't know if it's a camera or... Actually, it might be my neck. Charlie, what are you doing to me? Okay, this is from the other side. So I'll need to... Wait, no. These are pointing forwards. Look, it's a door. It's a doorway. Yep. I feel like that is a requirement to be burb. Probably yes. It is in the job description. Imagine there's you know, reincarnation, and God is just kind of, okay, can you scream? Okay. Can you bite things very hard? Okay. Good. I think I'm gonna send you down as a bird, as a parrot. Is that fine? Okay, cool. Good luck. Enjoy. Oh shit, I broke it. No! I broke the pressy thing. Sorry, little guy. I might have to send you down on Earth as a human. Oh, you can't. You can't scream. Guess this time you're gonna be human then. Sorry. I don't make the rules. I'm just God. I don't make the rules. Okay, where is... F25. Holy crap, these tiny things? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is the extra one. Oh dear lord. Okay, F25. F424. Oh, because it's so thin. That's why they make extras, probably. I don't know. Okay. Charlie! Hey, Emperor Satan! Welcome! Perfect time then. Timing. Talking about resurrection. Oh god. Yay! Send him down! Actually, if all dogs go to heaven, would all cats go to hell? No shade on cats, you know. I love cats, they're adorable, but they're also kind of evil. Adorable, but evil. A bit, you know? Ow! Or maybe birds, maybe it's birds. I see, what? So I see here you were horrible to children and pooped on them in your last bird life. Yep. Okay, where's the wax paper? Do not poop on me. Peep. Peep. Indeed, peep. Oh, what? Are you gonna scream? Are you gonna scream? Are you gonna poop and scream? We're gonna go to the bathroom. You're not gonna poop on me. You're not gonna poop on me. Not today. No. Well, that failed. Beep. 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 Warum ist es auf dem Boden? Warum? Papa. Wie kommt das auf den Boden? Hm? Hallelujah. Welcome back from the edge. The Papa Poop Birdie Poop attack failed. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. No. No screaming. No screaming. Okay. So we've got 2 of them. I don't know why. It's the same. Maybe in case I screw up the first one. Gotta cut it out in a straight line. Cut it down. And don't fail, because it's gonna be very sad. If you fail, you're gonna be sad. But that is okay, because there's always a backup. Unless there's not. In case you're gonna be very depressed. These songs are very optimistic, aren't they? Ah, yeah. Oops. Don't make the rules. I'm just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. Yeah? Are you talking to Rosalina? Oh! Big bird scream. Big bird scream, yes? And now you're biting? Now you're biting? Why are you biting me? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Why are you being so mean to me? Why are you being so mean? Snuggles? Okay. I'm just following, throwing things at the wall and see what sticks. Spaghetti! Well, cats are cooler than dogs, so they would go down. Wouldn't that mean they would go up? Cause... Oh no, wait. No. Warm goes up. Warm goes up. So, yes. Cats would go down. Well, that's on me for taking sides in the dog versus cat discussion and got thrown in Ed prison a second later. Twitch knows what's up. Apparently Twitch is a dog person. Platform. Whatever. Come on. Derp. Don't glue it upside down. I glued my finger to it. Okay, I think I've gotta hold this for a moment here. There's a Charlie. Now he's in the air. Hi. Can I just kind of... Ah, no, go back. Why am I always laughing? Dear Lord. There. Look, I've got a little tweezer thing going on here. I still have to hold it though, which kind of is annoying, but I also can't change it. It's what it is. Let me find out where I have to stick this actually. Oh. Up here. Well, wouldn't it have been smarter if, you know, I stuck this in there before I stuck the top ones in there, so I could have put it on the thing, you know, on the like this, and then stick it in like that. Instead, I have these thingies on top now, so I can't do this without breaking them. So that's kind of dumb. Well, let me see if I can kind of maneuver in there. No. Now I'm gonna break it. No, I did not. Okay. Let's hope for the best. Look at it. Isn't it adorable? I want to build tiny doll houses. They would be so cute. Okay, where is my trees? Not trees, paper. Oh no! Seriously? Where's P10? What? Oh God, look at this. These are the sticks for the umbrellas. Gotta roll these up. It's so weird. Oh no. It's not gonna turn out okay. Are there squares? I hope they're squares, because I don't know which side I have to do. I think they're squares. One stick. Feels weird. Okay, give me a moment. Charlie, you're a bit pain. Hi, Charlie. May I have this, please? Oh, hi. Don't bite me. Come on. No? Okay, then let me at least protect my neck. Bit. Yeah? No? Shoulder? Okay, good. You do that. Okay. Okay. go breaking my heat. Why? Shut up. Okay, last one. Hi. Boop, 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 boop. No, no screaming. Jelly, jelly. Beep beep. What? Went up? Hi. Hi. Want the food? Do you want the food? Oh, you want the food? Yes. Want the food? Look here. Oh, it's already empty. You already emptied the good ones. Look at that. Already emptied all of them. There's food in it. Eat it. No. You want this? Give me more. Just go yourself. Why do I have to feed you? Lazy little bum. Oh my god. Well, this one turned out shit, but it's behind the umbrella anyway, so it's good. Hey, are you shooting at me? Okay. Hey! Rude! What are you doing? Throwing all the food out. Bird. Excuse me. Okay, I've got to clean afterwards then. Okay. Oops. Flying umbrella. Oh my god. There. There. The blob can be removed. In the middle. There. Let go of me! Never mind. Okay. You're a very big help, Charlie. I don't know if I could do this without you. Actually, he does help me focus. A little bit, at least. Good. Now stick the stick in. Okay. Don't touch. Don't touch. Let go. Okay. I should probably turn this around. There. 1, 2, 3. And then I'm gonna stick the roly paper in there. Lots of glue. Come on. There. And stick the glue thing in there that it actually looks like a freaking umbrella. What are you doing? Oh no! Okay, that doesn't work. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, maybe this works. Oh no! Okay, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Okay. Charlie, what are you doing? Causing destruction. Good tiny umbrellas. Looks more like a mushroom. Are you having fun? I'm not meant to stick it through, right? The hole is not big enough for that. That fell over. I should have done this at the end. Honestly, nobody cares about the freaking umbrellas. Now it's too late. I've got to do this.
Are you okay, Charlie?
Umbrellas. They're actually parasols, aren't they? They're not actually umbrellas. Oh, no, 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 umbrella. Oh dear. Okay, I think that can work if I try it like that. There, on the sidelines. Now the third one. Yep. Big blob. Hi, Charlie. Okay. Okay. Got this. Ah, don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Oh my god. Is it gonna fall over? Not sure. It's kind of leaning. Eh. Okay. If it's falling, let me know. Okay. Good, next. Charlie, mach keinen Unsinn. F20. F6. Are you okay? Schulter? You done? Good. Okay. Here. Oh dear Lord. Oh dear. What time is it? 4? How is it already 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock. Past 4, even. Dude, have I spent so much time on this one piece? Or I guess 2. It's fun time! Yay! Where the time flies way too fast. Let go. Hi, Charlie. You little thief. You little thief. Ow. Thank you. F17. Fine times. Oh shit, it flew away. Snort. No! Where'd it go? I need you. Come back. Okay. Okay, got these in there. Double walled. Seriously? Hey. And roof. Roof. Oops. Oops. That was not too good, but it works. Okay. So I got these. Next page. Lantern. Wait, but the lantern doesn't have a light thingy. Light source. I don't get it. You're not allowed caffeine. Caffeine is not good for you. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. D. Dora. Okay. 16. This is 10. This is 16. Okay, I have 3 lanterns. Apparently. Okay. What was that? 17. D16, D15. And then we've got, oh dear lord, 13, 13. Come on. Get out of there. Oh god, it's stuck. There. And 15. Okay. Come on, let go! Okay, where's my... Okay, 16 goes into 15. Or not. How? There. Very pretty. Okay. And now the 17 goes on top. Which one is which? This is 13. Don't know if it matters. Hey guys! Good morning after Krimis. Ow, Charlie! it's pokey. Krimis? Never heard that before. Merry second Christmas Day. I hope you slept well. Okay. Okay. And last one. Yay! Little lantern. Look. It's a lantern. But it has no light in it. Even though we have little lamps. For Charlie being a menace as usual, yeah, slightly. He's being very pokey with his claws right now. Not intentionally, but you know. Birds being birds. Pets being pets. Everyone I know that owns a lovebird is like, this is not a lovebird. This is my little gremlin that screams and poops everywhere and bites me and tears things apart and chews holes in things. I love them more than anything in the world. That's accurate, yes. Oh god, ow. Dude, yeah, I mean, lovebirds are particular, but all birds do that. Lovebirds like to shred things, and when they're nesting, they just put little shreds of paper into their tail feathers and carry that like that to their nest. And it looks absolutely adorable, but if they're taking apart something important of yours, that's not so nice, you know? And also, yeah, that's fun. But also, birds in general, you're just kind of, oh, look at this cutie, I've bought them a gift, and look how well they're shredding it. They're destroying it. Oh my god, isn't that adorable? And you paid, I don't know, 20, 30 euros for that toy for them to just destroy it. It's like dogs, honestly. Dogs also do that oftentimes. Not all dogs, of course, but most birds. Does Charlie also get horny when you pet them too much? Yes. But also no, because he just does that by nature. From spring hormones. I don't even need to pet him for him to get just kind of spring horniness. So yeah. Just need to sit here and he would get kind of excited. 20-30 euros just for birds to be destructive. Smile. Yes. Yes. That's not even the worst. I've bought a 70 € toy that has little willow balls hanging around, and they would enjoy shredding it and taking the balls down. And also freaking she already passed away. One of the lovebirds liked to take those ball strings, dunk them into water, and the freaking willow pieces were dyed with some food coloring or whatever, not food coloring, but you know, safe coloring, and that would turn the water bowl a specific color. I was just kind of wondering, is that an accident? But then I noticed that one of the birds was actually actively doing it. And also, they like to put pellets, the food, the not seed food that they eat, into water. Kind of dump them in there, let them soak, and then eat them, or not, you know. And then it just gets kind of yucky from them just floating about and getting soggy. Very cool, very cool. My friend's lovebird will lay eggs if you pet her too much. Oh yeah. They get hormonal. Charlie is, I assume, a boy, because he hasn't laid eggs yet, despite how horny he got. With my cockatiels, though, I do have a problem, because they get super hormonal, and they keep laying eggs everywhere. Now that the father is gone, at least I don't have any surprise babies anymore, which is good. I only had one surprise baby, fortunately. But we had surprise eggs that were fertilized, which is not good, obviously. But only one surprise baby, which is baby. And since daddy is not there anymore, now we only get eggs. Lots of eggs. I also have to watch the pigeons, because they also lay eggs here. Lots of eggs. Lots of lovely eggs. But yeah, in springtime, it's best practice not to pet your bird too much. And especially only on head, you know? Only on... Sorry, Charlie. I did not mean to scare you. Only on the head, not the back or wings or any other places, because those are all sexy places. Don't do that. They love dunking balls, apparently. Yeah. They love dunking everything. Lanterns! Lots of them. Not sure if that's supposed to be there, but, you know, I'm gonna just put it there for the moment. Oh yeah, it is. Never mind. Stick it in. Oh no, it is not. Wait. This is the wrong street. It's the other one. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. This is also the wrong one. Damn. Wait. Let me just build a road here. Da, da, dum, da, 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 dum. Da, do, 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 do. Oh. Hiccup. L. There's an L down the road. There's an L. I don't know why. There's an L that I need to pop out. These little cherry blossom flowers. Where is it? There.
a pity.
And tiny pieces again. Oh my god. What are we? We are humans. Wait a second. Did I make an... See? Am I missing something? No. Okay. Oh no, those are two pieces. Okay, where's the... This is one wall. Oh, this is... Oh, okay, okay. Got it. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Okay, L10. 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 L10 and L9. Birds are honestly curious animals. Also, what is in a very interesting is Charlie had a weird way of beeping when he came to me. But nowadays, oh, I think this is what the file is for. Nowadays he has a completely different way of beeping, and also he imitates the other birds. You know, so if he's screaming, sometimes I think it's one of the other birds that's screaming. It's very odd. Okay. And gluing the thingy on. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Okay, again plants gluing, but I don't want to glue the plants yet because I'm not sure I even want the plants in there because they're kind of weird. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Why is there a hole in there? I don't get it. Oh, something goes in there. Oop. Okay. No. Not in that. Hello? Okay. Don't touch the road. Okay, apparently the lantern is on the road for whatever reason. So it's like this. Also there's a sign. D. D D D D D. D D D D D D D. Ooh. hurting yourself. Trump. Very cute. There, D8 and D9. Come on.
Get out of here.
Oh shit. Where did he go? Why do I have a... I did not notice I had that on my skirt. Okay. Little signpost. What like this. Oh no. Gotta go in straight. Otherwise it doesn't fit. No. No, 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 no. Odin. Having all the noodle places, dude. Ramen, Odin. Odin? No, Odin is fish cake. Udon. Udon is what I was thinking of. Okay, no. The fish cake, whatever the kanji means, I don't know. If somebody can translate this here, please. I could translate it. I can't because it's too dark. Duck! There. It's not a duck, it's a chicken. It's a chicken. A chicken lamp! I think it says stinky. I doubt it. Slightly. Slight little bit of dunk. Dunk? Doubt. Dunk. Okay, we've got the... Let's leave the umbrellas here. Oh no! Cozy chicken! Chicken, 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 baby. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Gonna do a little wiggle. Oopsie. Wiggle, wiggle. Okay. Zerp. Blomp. And we've got the Odin. Again, in front of the door. Are all the freaking restaurants closed? Okay. It looks so cute. Look at it. Oh no, is she dunking me now? I'm dunking? What? What? Ow. I know it's just there to keep people safe. Never know when a driver gets an idea that they need to crash into something. It's there for them if they decide, hey, you know, I want to crash into a lantern. How about that? To crash into the streetlight instead of an unsuspecting streetwalker. Streetwalker? Since you said Duncan instead of doubt. What? Oh no! Did I? What? When did I say that? Did I? Dude, I think you must be mistaking me. I did not say donkey. Did I? Dude, I think I have to glue this on better because this bullshit is not sticking. Look! It's boopity booping it around. Oh shit. Shit. Okay. Beautiful. It's fine, don't worry about it. Dude, I literally do not remember. But also I do. It's dude, that's why it's so easy to gaslight me. Cause I literally have no recollection either way. Bad. Dangerous. For me, at least. Okay, so we've got another one, which is H. Why are we going through the freaking letters? Seriously. Emily, where's an H? What time is it? Ah, Charlie! It's a pokey foot time. Ow! Why are you biting me? Why are you biting me? Are you angry at me? I'm sorry. Don't be angry at me. I didn't mean to poop you. I just meant for you to not scratch my neck. Okay? It's okay? It's okay. I need a bigger, thicker sweater. Okay, we've got H1. Ow! Ay, ay, ay. Ow. H2. Oh. H9. The tiny little pieces, gotta squish them out real good. And H15. Okay. Beep. Okay. Charlie. Big stretch. Big bird stretch. Oh, both wings. Wow. That's a mega stretch there. Am I blocking myself, I think. Oh, there we go. Oh, another big stretch. Oh, dude. Hi. Hi. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Okay. Ow. That hurts. Is it the right side? It is the right time. This is not seeds, Charlie. Look, it's wood. Yes. See? It's not food. Silly goose. He totally wanted to eat it. Give me the food. Why are you keeping the food from me? Squats. Dude, how am I going to do squats with a bird on my shoulder? He has to go to bed anyway. Wait. But it could be Seebs. Give me the Seebs. I want the Seebs. Give me the food.
He is coming.
Cover your butt.
Cover your butt.
Dex! Yes, exactly. Carefully. Okay. You've got an answer for everything, don't you? There's an ad incoming. Where's a... What is this? H3. There. Ow! Yup! Everybody hurts. Everybody dies. Lol, 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 lol. Okay. It is the right time. This is 19. Hello. Hello. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Come to talk with you again. There's a little dent in this wall. It's fine, I guess. I'm ignoring it. I guess I can't change it anyway. So I'll just accept it. It's a tiny dent. Give me the painting, give me the painting. And if I put it on the wall is gonna be not so ugly after I cover it with a painting. I can't squish this out! Oh no! The squishiness doesn't go. Squish. Squish. I've got a bird on my shoulder, in my neck, actually. Ow! Why am I doing this to myself? Just boop. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Ow. Ow. I've got a birdie on my back, but what's this? What's this? There's colors everywhere. What's this? What is this? Let us put these things on the wall, and if they stick in here, that is fine. Gotta stick them real good into the little holies, so that doesn't fall right off. Burp. I agree. Tiny pictures. Look at it. It's a moody little light here. It's a sunset. Late at night. Posture check. How am I posturing? Okay, I've got a serious problem. A lot of them, all at once, a lot of problems. Okay, I need a bathroom break. I also have a bird that is constantly poking me in the shoulder. He needs to go to sleep, so it's not just my problem. Yes, he's also turning, background color. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna bring Charlie home to bed. And then I'm gonna do the squats and posture checking. Gonna have the proper posture. Even though, how am I gonna have a good posture if I have to bend over? Psst, psst. Say goodbye. Wait. Wait. That does not work. Hi. Filming from the bottom. That is disgusting. Anyway, say bye. Kiss, kiss. Kiss, kiss. Good girl. You're a boy. Never mind. Good boy. Good girl. It came out. Oh no. I'm sorry. Okay, good. Say bye. Where's the camera? There's the camera. There, that does not work. Wait. Bye-bye. Good boy. Okay. Bye-bye, Charlie. I'll be right back. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Oops. Okay. Oh, squats. Sorry. Squat. Chair. What? Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I don't know who remembers. At the beginning I said, it's not relaxing for me to do stuff like this. Okay, that can't be. I think my watch is broken. Because it was, no, it's picking up. Because it was showing a pulse of 70 something. So I guess in a way it did relax me actually. Or I'm about to fall asleep. That could also be. That could also be your cause. Hi, Popper. I need to... Something fell down. I heard it. I don't know where. You're welcome. It did not. Puppy. that I'm not falling asleep anymore? Where's the music so low? It's disappearing. Atmospheres. There. It's an hour of atmospheres, okay. Works, I guess. Relaxing. Okay. Painting. Road. Another road to glue. This is L. 50 centimeters 40 centimeters. What? Oh, snuggly pop. Okay, how do I posture? How do I posture while also leaning forward? How does that work? Dude, this looks so cool on the camera. It's kind of like a little street is being built. Which, I mean, it is, but... it's so cool. Oh my god. And I'm hurting myself again. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then why can't I? Someday I wish upon a star that you wake up from my chimney's fire. We've got a glue blob. Ew. Ew. Anyway. Somewhere living by the sand, just one day out there, ordinary man. I wish I'd be content, won't despair, won't regret, won't compare. As I've been one day out there. Out there among the millers and the weavers and their wives, I can see them. Dee 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 doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. Okay. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Where do I stick these? I heard there was a little thing. Please tear off the protective film first. There's a mirror on the wall. A little mirror to stick to the wall. I should get the wall first. Wait, where's E? E, get. Hello? Holy mother. Okay, wall. Wall. Looks exactly the same on both sides, so it's not dotted colored. Yes. No? Yes. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Oh, it's broken! The mirror is broken! Oh no. That sucks. Look. Oh shit. It has a little crack in there. There. I don't think that's just a protective film. Looks like a crack, not a... Yeah. Oh, it's a mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall, why are you broken, my little one? Hello. There it is. It is very sad, but I will not shed any tears on it. 'Cause, you know, might be a broken window. or wall, or whatever. Mirror. Okay. Put that in. Somewhere over the rainbow. Mirror, mirror. Okay. Oh, this is wrong. Oh no, I touched the road. No, go back.
Go back. Go back. Why are you moving? Stop moving. He was a wrong one. Wrong. Little floopity floopoo doo doo doo.
Okay, I mean, you know, you can't tell it's broken. Oh my god, it's so cool! It looks like it's just continuing. Look at it. It's just a corner. Oh my god, I'm feeling so happy. This is so nice. Okay, trees. 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 Strawberry trees. Don't know how this fits in there, but it's okay. Okay, tree. 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 Hello, little tree. Where are you? Where's the tree? F. F. Yep. Someone. Desert, we don't turn back. Now that we're here, people always say life is full of choices. No one ever mentions fear, or how the world can seem so vast on this journey to the past. Love that. Look, it's a cherry tree. It's a cherry blossoms. It's pretty. Oh my god. It's gonna catch so much dust. Dust everywhere. It's gonna be a dusty little one. Okay. How many dusty things do you have in your apartment? Is it a lot as well? 'Cause somebody really likes to have some dust catchers in their living space. Owners. Oh, beep, 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 beep. Oh no, there's too much. Too much. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Da 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 da. And da dum. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Christmas Eve will find us. Oh my god, stop. Go! No! I've got so much glue everywhere. Okay, this is gluey, this is gluey. I hope I'm not gluing the wrong pieces, cause that would be kind of annoying. Burp. Ow. Okay. We good? We good. Wells, I'm a bit busy, but thank you for stream. It was very great fun hanging out. Welcome, and very thankful that you have been here. Oh, don't. No, no, no. I don't know which direction. Wait a second. Have a lovely day thing. Good. Thank you that you've been here and been chatting and appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely day thing and a good rest of your week. Hope to see you around. Take care. Stay hydrated. And don't eat any glue. Also don't sniff glue. Okay. I think I've got it. I did indeed glue the wrong pieces, but that's fine. You can't tell. Just some of them. Okay. Oh shit! I don't know what I expected. Gravity! Oh dear lord. Okay, wait. There. No. There. Okay. And now glue the other tree. Somewhere. Oh dear. What time is it? I should look at the watch. Do remind me to watch. Check the watch. Check the watch, I will forget. Check the watch. Check the watch once I'm done gluing this thing. Check the watch. Check the watch. Please check the watch. Don't forget, 'cause it's important. Aye. Okay, good. Glue done. Glue done. Go. And which one is up? Something made a noise. I don't know why. Hey. Okay. Okay. Got it. Nice. 3. It's a 3. What time is it? Oh, 5. Okay, cool. Okay. Is it gonna fall off if I keep it upright? It might fall. Or it might not. Suddenly it's raining. Ow. Every Body part hurts. I am drying out. Okay. Where do I put these? We will find out. Okay. I also need the rocks. There's rocks somewhere. I don't know. Under the chicken, actually. I've got a little rock. I've got a little rock. I've got a little rock. And where is the plant? Where is it? D12. Bye bye, chicken. Ba ba bum bum ba dum bum bum ba da dum. Where does it go? The plant goes here. Hello? No! Timber! Okay. Sorry, gotta turn it around. Bye bye bye! Thank you! Take good care.
Don't forget the hydration again.
Alexa, PC on! I keep forgetting. Thank you.
It is the right time. Look!
Oh my god, it looks so pretty!
Look at it! I'm so excited.
Okay, wait, does the tree go? Where am I looking? As if it's on the PC. Okay, another lantern goes here. And the green tree goes here. I should have put the tree in, actually, first. What? How? Wait, what? Wait. Get out of there.
Get out of here.
Oh. The storm is coming! Dude, this is exactly like a puzzle, yet I'm so excited. Cause it's not. It's not. Cause puzzles are boring. They're just flat. Okay. Now we've got the ramen place. You're so pretty. Okay. We've got H again. H. 20. Dude, how are there so many more pieces? Really? Holy crap. Okay, 22. Then we've got H 14. Oh, here. Okay. 1, 2, and 20. Oh god, 25. 25. 25. 25. 23. Ow. And yeah, let's go with that first. Okay. Ouchie. Okay, 22 goes into 14s. Okay, like this. It doesn't work.
Doesn't fit. It does fit. It does fit. Yeah.
Okay. Don't. Oh, baby. Are you dreaming? She oofed in her dream. Oops. Doesn't fit.
It does not go in there properly. I don't know why.
Okay.
Don't go breaking apart.
Back panel. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
And little thing here.
Look at it. Gonna turn into such a pretty little thing. Oh my goodness, look at it. It's so cute.
Oh my god. It's adorable. Okay. Got these. Now I need the roof. Okay. 24. The other one was 23. Okay, cool. Yeah. 41. And 18. Yep. Okay. 1 and 2 and 3. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Oh. Okay. They're not evenly spaced. I don't like this. I'm not sure if they were going for, you know, maybe it's the angle, but they're not evenly spaced. Look at this, and this is crooked. I don't know if that is intentional, but it's kind of bothering me. Perfectly imperfect, I guess. I don't know. Oops. No, don't fall. Do not fall away from me. Don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone. Not here on my own. Paper! Okay, let's glue the balls. The balls? The balls, no. The bowls. Where do I put this? Oh, this goes here. Okay, so I'm should probably not put it there yet. But I would like to put the balls on there once it's standing, otherwise they will fall over. Snow nay never, no nay never no more, and when it falls over, we're gonna have a problem. It's no nay never, no nay never no more. The world rover, no never no more. There's a hole in the back. Oh, that's probably for the light, I assume. Yeah. Let's put it here. Maybe. Oh, the stools have to be glued down. Oh. Okay. Look. It's a bar. Okay. Gotta put the ramen sign up. Okay, don't scramble it. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, maybe I should take this off again. Oh. It's probably easier to put it on like this.
I'm a bit of a dummy, I guess. Okay, stick the paper in. Meh. Meh, 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 meh. They're not the same length, but I think that should be okay. Oh, baby, what are you doing? Okay. Look, here. Okay. That's it, right? Yeah. It is the right time. Okay, good. Got this. And now to glue the balls. The balls, not the bowls. Okay. Cat back into the bag. Nobody needs you right now, kitty. Kitty! Okay. We're gonna put little drops of glue onto the balls. Then place them right here on the top. Too much glue! Too much glue! Oh, nerds! And I've got a glue hair. Glue hair. Glue hair. Oh. Yeah. Okay, good. Give me a moment. Roop. Roop. And the... Should they be perfect? Perfectly spaced or kind of... naturally. I think that's good. Where's my phone, by the way? Chicken! Okay. Gotta go walk the doggy in a moment. I guess I should stop at this because it's a fairly stable thing. I'm at step 19 of. I also have to do all the wiring later on. There's a lot of wiry stuff is. Okay. Step 19 of 48 steps. Well, I'm halfway through the book though, so, you know. I don't know. Okay. Let me get these together. And after Walking Joy, I will be switching to The Witcher. We're gonna play the Gwent tournament. Again? A tournament? Let go, chill. I don't know what I set for tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow is I forgot what the plan was for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, you're always a day away. Oh, Final Fantasy. All day long. Oh, tomorrow is Friday, right. Yeah. Final Fantasy Friday. Of course. But when will I finish this? Maybe on Saturday. I don't know. Or next week. Let's do it next week. Next week is fun. Need to sneeze? Hey, Joy. Okay. Give me the wires. Oh no, they went. Hey, turned on again. I didn't even touch you, my dude. Weird. Oh. Grabby hand. Okay. This is rubbish, but I'll keep it just in case. Maybe, I don't know, some weird thing that I need to do. I don't know where this lantern goes, but, well. Hey, Jeannie! How are you doing? Look, wait. Can I? Wait. No, I thought I could put myself somewhere in there, but it doesn't work. But hey, look, this is what it's gonna look like, roughly. Actually. Something like that. I don't know. The road is kind of weird. But I assume it's gonna work out somehow. I don't know how there's so much more stuff. How? Okay, let's put these on here. Oopsie. Very good. Very good. Oh no, there's another one. Shit. Okay. Goody. Wait. Oops. I've got to take a picture from a brother whom I've got this from, so you know. Wait, I need the chicken. Chicken for lighting. Very nice. Okay, cool. Lovely. Goody. So, oops. Oh, shit. I hit the chicken. Okay. Where do I put this where it doesn't accidentally get squished by Joy? The table. The table that is still set for Christmas dinner. I should clean that, but I don't know. Saturday. Alrighty. Glue. Rubbish. Rubbish. Put this away. Alrighty. Scissors. Okay. Alright. So, gonna head over to walk the pupper. Walk the pupper. Wait. Why is Steam telling me I'm offline? That sure is odd. Okay. Hello. I am mirrored. Okay. So. That is weird. Wait. Oh, that's weird. Wait. Something is missing. Oh, I guess that's on the old computer still. Ding. Ding. Okay. Okay, good. let's go with that then. Okay, good. So I'll be roughly gone for half an hour or something to walk Joy. I'll be back, and then we're gonna play some whatchamacallit? The Witcher. Give me a sec. Burp, 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 burp. All right. So, good. Yep, that's it. See you in a few. Take good care of yourself. Go hydrate and go grab yourself some dinner if you need. See you in a bit. Okay. Hello. I'm back. I'm back. Now I need to only... Does this work? No, it does not. Gotta do the thing. Hello. How's it going? Happy Christmas again. Or I don't know. I'm back. And... Gwent. It's very good because I need to eat dinner. So that will be good for one hand doing. Cover your butt. Hey,
Cover your
Battle.
butt.
How you
Dex!
doing? What a sight. Isn't this beautiful? How you doing? Have you had a fun day today and yesterday? Not today. Today is morning. Have you had breakfast yet? Actually, gotta save some cheese tags for the puppy. Okay.
Greetings.
I trust
Greetings.
you've reconsidered your decision. Will you try your luck in our tournament after all?
Yes. All right. The Skellige tag. Wait. Deg.
Thanks for the offer, but not really in the mood to play.
A shame.
Pancakes
The
and
Nook
toast?
has little to do with a real man's performance. The tournament is yet to begin, so should you change your mind, you know where to find me.
Dude. I'm not even able to eat one of them. That sounded judgmental. I didn't mean it judgmental. But it's kind of... I don't know. It's kind of the same thing-ish. Pancakes. Toast. Both kind of just carbohydrates. What did you put on the toast? Wait. Don't you guys in America also eat waffles with chicken or something? Hey, Joy. I'm not too good with this deck, honestly. Hey. Cheese tags? Are you here for the tags? Yeah? Where? Doggy cam. Burp, burp, burp. There's a little doggy who wants some cheese. She's got a little snoot. Blem. Oh my god, I want the cheese. Yeah. Okay. We good? We good? Come, up, up. Up. Wait a second. Can we move the lily popper over here? Boop. Okay. Puppy cam is back. Okay. Mm. Okay, I don't know. Oh, it's called Muster. Seriously? Weird. Okay. Let's go with this deck. Hopefully. It works.
Greetings.
I trust you've reconsidered your decision. Will you try your luck in our tournament after all?
Should have saved.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Play using the new faction.
That is an exceedingly good rub to my loins. Just remember the cards I gave
Ew,
you.
I did not want to rub your loins. What?
No chance I can win the tournament with these cards?
An issue easily resolved. You must simply face local Gwent competitors. Win the missing cards from them. Besides...
By the way, is the
very
title
good
correct?
practice
Because
for
I
the
changed it
tournament
from my
itself.
phone.
Already got a good enough deck to play in the tournament of Skellige.
Might I have a peek? You do indeed. Come back in 2 days' time then, for the start of the tourney.
In 2 days? What? Away. So cute.
Oh my god, look at that little fluff.
Okay. No, it got updated. Cool. Okay. Good. Now I've got to wait for 2 days. What bullshit is this? Why? Why do they have bulbs of garlic next to the cheese and the barbecued stuff? Is that a bowl of cilantro? I might die. Oh, this is how you get up there. Oh my god. What if I miss the second day by accident? Okay, let's see something else to do while we wait for the stupid tournament. Okay, where is this?
Places, my cough's back.
Witcher.
Where's the signpost?
One false move and you will regret it.
Ah. God dang it. One-handed. God. My shoulder's killing me. Ow. Stop whining, child. Nice. Where's the medic tent? Hello, Gulam. Oh my god, he's pooping blood. That does not look healthy.
Your wound. Feeling better?
It's healing splendidly, though I am to avoid trouble for some time. To be frank, that is precisely why I wish to speak with you.
Want me to stand in for you? Take on some trouble on your behalf?
That could very well be the case. You see, there is a maiden, nay, a lady. I suspect someone's cast an ill spell upon her. A curse, perhaps.
Okay, bet I can guess her symptoms. What?
Let me guess. She suddenly grew cold, haughty, and distant, though the night before she was flirtatious and alluring.
Tut tut, Witcher. You jest, yet the matter is grave. Though true, the lady in question is dear to my heart.
Hey,
I
Wilk.
shall not deny it. I fear
How's
she
it
has
going?
fallen victim to ill magic, and knows no one she
Doing
can turn
good,
to
except
help.
for the shoulder. What makes you think so?
What makes you think she might be cursed?
You must keep all I say to yourself, I beg you. I would never dare to be so indiscreet normally, yet I'm troubled about her, for her.
Okay.
Vivian shuns the company of others. Though the fairest maid at court, she keeps men at a distance. I thus determined I would resort to trickery.
Trickery? That even befitting of a knight?
In war, yes. And what is love if not battle? As it were, one evening I crouched in hiding outside her seamstress's home. As Vivian emerged from it, I too emerged, ever so gently but convincingly collided with her, then promptly offered to escort her home. She consented. At first, all augured well. I proposed a more scenic route. She agreed. I made kindly forays into conversation, and she even began to respond as we neared the end of our route.
Then suddenly, mid-speech, from her mouth there flew a most hideous shriek. I stopped stone cold in my tracks while she turned red, then promptly ran off. I did not give chase that time. I attempted to approach
Dude,
her on
don't
several ensuing
chase
occasions
women.
to learn what had happened, for I feared she had become entangled in some trouble. I noted that often, come night, she ventures into the woods, where I've seen her walk about a glade near a pool.
Into the woods.
I've striven on occasion to follow her, but lost track each time. It seemed then she'd melted into the air.
Oh, is she a vampire? No. A werewolf. So it might have been, not have been as strange as you remember. Very strange, indeed. Super anxious, but otherwise fine. Oh no! What is causing the anxiousness, anxiety? Stupid anxiety. Brain should shut up. Hello. Look at this little cutie. Cutie. Yum 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 yum. Nom. And beep. Just to know what to do with my future, I guess. Oh yeah. Future fears. The worst of them. Are you considering whether to do work travel thingy in Japan, or since we talked about that yesterday, or was it a different country?
Notice any other strange behavior? Additional symptoms?
No, Vivian's avoided me wholly since the first encounter. But folk gossip.
What about?
They say she's secretive, that no one ever sees her after dusk, that she's wont to suddenly disappear.
Nothing unusual about any of that.
Well, I don't know about that. I still don't know what I'm doing with my future. Dude. I still don't know what to do with my future. I mean, I know what I would like to do, but it does not involve working, you know? So, you know, that part is the difficult part. That, or in general, if I can find any job worth a damn. I mean, is there anything that you kind of feel interested in for work? Oh, 31. I was stressing out so much with 30. 31 was okay. No. It's getting worse. TikTok. I'm crossing my fingers and pressing my thumbs and whatnot for you. You've got this. Gonna get into university. Super young and you have plenty of time. Dude, it doesn't feel that way in the 20s. I was already worried with 20 because I didn't know what I wanted to do anyway. Because it kept changing just like that. So I completely understand that, you know, you don't know what to do with yourself.
Sound you heard. She might have just had a sore throat.
Had I thought it possible the sound was natural, I never would have taken up your precious time.
Tell me more about Vivian. Who is she? What's her story?
She's Her Enlightened Highness's lady-in-waiting. Her mother was a lady-in-waiting. Her father, a knight. That is all I've learnt, for the Duchessa grows angry when asked about her. Vivian spends her days within the palace walls. Yet we are in luck, for she has been named the tourney's patroness this year.
Patroness?
Thus, each participant will be granted an audience with her.
Got a problem then. See, I'm not a participant.
I've devised a solution already. You shall take my place in the lists and thus gain the chance to speak to her. I
What?
was looking forward to winning the tourney, very much so. Yet for Vivian, I am prepared to sacrifice anything.
What? I was worried then too, and now I'm in the same place. Cause we spend our time worrying instead of actually thinking of solutions. If you worry, you can't think straight. That is unfortunately a problem. The more you worry, the less logical you can think. And also, you know, unless you try things, you also won't get anywhere. So for me, it's just okay. I keep thinking about it. I keep worrying about it, but I don't do anything about it. But I also don't know how to change it. I had expected to be married and have kids by now, and now I'm glad I don't. Same. Except I'm still not glad, but also kind of. It's half. I'm glad that I am now enjoying my life just for the life. But also I'm kind of grieving the future that will not be. Cause I have had everything planned out, but nothing happened. Instead, I have a whole bunch of freaking regret on my back. Dicks! Hey, Adrian. Let's tell me more about this tourney.
This tourney, how's it work exactly?
It is the year's grandest and most important contest.
Best
Knights
combo.
from all corners come to face off for the grand prize, and more importantly, for glory. A demanding test of knightly prowess in horsemanship, marksmanship, and fencing. I qualified for the first time, had great hopes of winning. Yet,
Yeah, I get it. Anything for Vivian.
Chicken. They're so cute. Oh my god.
It perfectly defines me. I worry too much and don't act, and if I don't worry, I don't get bothered enough to act and change. Yeah, exactly. You know, when you're relaxed, you just kind of go enjoying your life. If you're stressed out, you worry about what your life is doing, but you just kind of get stuck. As also with all the projects that I want to do, when I'm relaxed, I'm fine, you know? I'm just enjoying my life and resting. But then I get anxious about not finishing my projects or starting my projects or whatever, and then it goes in cycles.
It's a never-ending cycle. It's
Hardly a
horrible.
regular job, this. Not often I gotta take part in a tourney to fulfill a contract. Fee can't be anything ordinary either.
I'm no magnet to command heaps of coin, but naturally I shall award you a just amount. How much do you demand?
Demand me a bit more. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Vivian is worth every copper, but this amount I simply do not have. You ask too much. I have comrades I can ask. They would surely lend me coin, yet even that would not be enough. I have comrades I can ask. They would The matter is of grave importance to me, yet you clearly jest, continue to mock. We shall reach no agreement this way.
I did not mock you. I just want money, you dingus. Bird.
Fine, I'll look into it. Gotta admit, piqued my curiosity.
4
I
years,
shall be
5 months,
forever in your
dear.
debt. Now, we must ensure you are not eliminated from the tournament
Toddler.
before you can meet Vivian.
Meaning?
Meaning?
Could you show me how you shoot, ride, and fight, perchance? And you must learn the tourney rules, know how to apply them in practice. I did not mean to suggest I doubt your abilities. Everyone must train, even a witcher. Besides, the tourney contests must surely differ, require skills you don't usually apply, races above all. The choice is yours. Where shall we start?
Dear Lord, I did not mean to do this. Horsemanship?
Roach could use some wind in her mane. Let's go for a ride.
Let's go
Come with
riding.
me.
I don't want to ride.
The tourney's race differs from others you might have taken part in. You shall not ride against any opponent.
How's it a race at all, then?
It's a race against time. The true
Oh,
track
no.
begins in the arena, runs round the tourney grounds, then finishes again in the arena. The training track, however, lies beyond the arena. We shall go there now.
I don't like it. I don't like horse races.
All is ready. Now listen, for it can be quite a challenge. Along
Wait,
your
I have
route
to
stand
shoot?
Dummies and targets. The dummies you may cut with your blade. The targets you must hit from your crossbow. The time you have to complete the course shall increase each time you land a strike, be it with blade or bolt. It may sound simple enough, yet I've seen many a knight fail this contest and hang his head in shame. During the race proper, judges throughout the course shall tally your points. For now you may ride unperturbed by those matters.
Oh no. Holding down an attack button will trigger a slow motion mode, which makes it easier for you to strike your target. Geralt will decide for himself which side to attack from based on your enemy's location. Holding down the aim button will trigger a slow motion mode. Okay. Oh, fudge.
That's it, Roach.
Seriously?
Come on now.
Why is it not working? It did not shoot. Huh?
Hey there.
Why does it not work?
Will you give it another go? I can set out more dummies.
I'm so confused. Why does it not work? I wanted to tell you how I told my mom and sister about you because... Oh, dear Lord. Now I'm scared. Conversation about heritage yesterday. I tell them how it felt great because me and my sister live on land where many patriots will never consider my family truly American. I told them how my mental health has been good. I don't know how to... Watching. Oh, watching. Sorry. I could not figure out what it would be. Thank you so much for saying that. And I'm glad that you're doing better. What do they say about the heritage thingy? And I've seen you wrote in the Discord about it something. I'm just kind of over thingy because I was a bit busy for things. You said something that you kind of consider yourself American most of all, or something. Let me check this. So you're kind of growing into your... I just noticed my shirt is the wrong way around. Sorry. No. Oh dear Lord. Can I climb in here? So you kind of saw yourself as an American first of all, as you were younger, and kind of growing into your actual heritage or something. Did I get that right? It's it's difficult. I was always feeling a bit strange about it. It's kind of two-sided. Because I was sometimes feeling a bit weird being Hungarian, because people were just not understanding it properly. Because, you get treated like a German, because I don't look Hungarian, right? We don't have a proper look, I guess. So it's kind of, you're just German. But I also had struggles because I was Hungarian, and I kind of felt it unfair how other foreigners, and also half foreigners that were born here and grew up here, were treated differently. As in, they're foreigners, it's more difficult for them. It might be the other way around for them, that they thought, okay, I'm getting treated like a foreigner even though I grew up here. Might be the case. Maybe we worried about the same things from different sides or whatever. It just felt weird that my Hungarian side was kind of just overlooked often, and that kind of hurt as well. But also, I didn't really like being German either. So it was just kind of a weird situation. But she has helped me a lot as well.
Thank you so much, Juan.
Joy, leave the table alone. I'm so glad. I'm really, really glad. So told them how you never want to leave out your Hungarian side, how another person in chat that's Spanish, Swedish had a rough time in both places. As a kid, I just watching to fit in with the American Anglo population. All kids want to fit in with the population. That was the thing. I think I never liked to fit in. I just... my father was a bit weird. I think that's mainly why. So I just liked being different, and I wanted to be different. And that's why, for example, there's this. Most of all, I've heard this from Asian Americans. I think that they get their maybe from Japan, for example, but probably also other Asian countries, get their bento boxes or their lunch boxes, and they're different, and the other kids would make fun of that. And for me, when I had something that was particularly Hungarian, I felt kind of, I'm showing you, I'm not German. Here, we're not barking. Here, Joy. Here, 9. And I always struggled a bit with that. With why. I totally, I didn't want to get bullied. I did want to fit in to the point where I wouldn't get bullied, but I also didn't want to fit in. But it was just kind of difficult to grasp the concept that
you know, people would make fun of your lunch. Or no, I guess they had enough other reasons to make fun of me that they didn't make fun of other things. But maybe it's also that those are also cultural differences that, you know, in America teenagers find different things to make fun of, that maybe because there's so much emphasis on patriotism and you know, what is American and whatnot, that is a reason why this whole thing is, you know. For example, in Germany, we're always we were kind of trimmed to don't be what's the word, xenophobic, cause German, right? So that was kind of implied that we are not to make fun of anything that is from foreign countries. Obviously, that's not what everybody does, but that was the aim, kind of. And so, if somebody was xenophobic, that was a them problem, and they were judged for that. So maybe that's more accepted, because you don't make yourself fit in or something. I don't know. I'm just guessing. You know, I'm trying to understand that, but you know, and maybe that's why it was easier for me to accept my Hungarian side. I don't know about Sweden, for example, because obviously Sweden... Where was Sweden standing in the war, actually? I've never learned of Scandinavia, really. They just kind of existed. I mean, in Hungary, it's also kind of... Never went to school, so I don't know. Joy. Don't listen to her, Joy. Chaos! Yeah, she does that. She's very good at it right now. Joy. I don't know why. When I was a kid, I just wish all kids wanna fit in with the population. Totally understand about having a unique culture and blood. That's why you are... Joy! Hey! 9. She's smelling the thing I built. Joy! 9. Joy! Being weird, sorry. Amazing person to me, that's why I stuck around when you stopped playing Mario Maker. I'm glad. I'm glad my personality was persuasive enough to give up on Mario Maker. Come here. No oofing. Weirdo. As a teenager, I was different in my way, being a punk rocker, which I got bullied for in a society that was addicted to gangster. I mean, that is. I think maybe that's because it's your choice. Don't push me. Because it was a difference. Maybe that's what it is. A difference that you choose, you know, for yourself. You chose to be a punk rock person, whatever. You did not choose to be from Puerto Rico. I didn't choose being Hungarian, but I chose to have that as my differentiating aspect of me. Also, I mean, the fact that you know, your parents might have been talking not enough Spanish with you, made it also that you were kind of maybe not as in tune with that side when the time came that you were kind of choosing your identity for yourself. Or maybe the outside influence of you have to be American thing influenced that in you. And maybe that's why you like to stand out with a punk rock thing, because that is what you felt defined you in the end. Scandinavia had no part of the war. How did they keep out of it though? Denmark is right at the corner of there, of thing. Edge. I mean, no, Denmark was invaded. I guess maybe the other countries weren't. Could be. Wait, does Denmark belong to this? I never know. Mark. So either Denmark didn't belong to Scandinavia or Finland? No, Denmark is part of Scandinavia. Okay, yeah. So northwest of Finland belongs to Scandinavia, but Finland itself doesn't. Okay. So, yeah. Good. No, I've been to Denmark. I haven't been to the other countries though. Iceland, okay. Finland initially sided with Germany, but suffered heavy losses in the war against the Soviet Union and Germany. Wasn't Finland also not part of the NATO? Something until recently?
History is not my thing.
And geography. This is in a war against the Soviet Union and Germany. Finland refused to deliver Finnish Jews to the Nazis, saving almost all of the country's Jewish population. Hooray, Finland! Just hands. Good job. No, Finland is only part Scandinavian, apparently. Okay, let's write again.
No harm in going again. Practice makes perfect. Even
And
for
I need to switcheroo the thing. I cannot do that. Oh, cool. What are you doing? Oh, wrong buttons.
So, have you had enough, or
No
I
harm in
was
going
one
again.
letter too
Practice
far
makes
to the
perfect,
right.
Even for witchers.
Okay, the problem is I have exploding bolts. Oh, bitch! Can you just do what I'm telling you? Dude! Seriously? I'm not leaving the track. What are you talking about? What? Okay, I don't understand. I didn't shoot him.
Now. Whoa.
I'm shooting right at them. Why does it not work? Is it because
Will
it's
you give it
exploding?
another go? I can set out more dummies.
Come back to this later.
Okay, I need to switch the bolts. Regular bolts. There we go. Come on, talk to me.
Will you give it another go?
Yes.
No
For
harm
the
in
German,
going again.
English, other
Practice
Europe
makes
people
perfect,
born
even for
to
witchers.
Pakistani families and working hard for a living, I feel for them. I'm kind of confused. Bitch! Can you just... I think I'm missing context. I head off. What are you talking about? I'm leaving the track. Finally! Oh, wait! Wait a second. Did I... I think I'm... Oh, no, wait. I missed a checkpoint.
So, have you had enough,
Now I
or do
get
you
it.
wish to-
Wait, let me try again.
No harm in going again. Practice makes perfect, even for witchers.
Of many people of Middle Eastern families. I think that put the head off. Dude, I'm having trouble with the definition of what which
go.
all countries belong to the Middle East. Okay. Dude, this is... Am I going the wrong direction?
Run, Roach.
Huh? Why is it pointing to the dummy? Okay, I have no idea.
Not so fast, Roach.
Will you give it another go? I can set out more dummies.
I mean, right now, I'm not entirely sure. I had a lot of chords where I grew up. Turkish people mostly.
Nowadays, not so many. But I'm also not really going up to people and asking where they're from. So, Also had a neighbor from Armenia before, and I could not tell whether he was Armenian or Turkish. I know might have been Turkish Armenian as well. So it's it's kind of like, do I look Hungarian or German? It is not that easy. You should get a PO box at the post office. For what? It's also the PO box is linked to name, and I don't want to give my name out really. So I'm sure there's Chinese in your area running restaurants. I mean, the most of the Chinese restaurants are by Vietnamese. Also, the Japanese restaurants are by Vietnamese. All the sushi places. There is one Chinese place. They're actually Chinese. They also make authentic Chinese food, in addition to Germanized one.
Joy, take your nose off the table. What are you doing?
Disrespect your surroundings. Don't disrespect. No disrespect. She's standing at attention. She's wait. Doggy came. Can't there. Yeah. There. She's just standing there, looking all adorable. Waggy tail. Hi. 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 Here. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. Puppy. Puppy cam. Boop. Hiccup. Oh, stop. She did a stomp. A stomp, a stompy stomp, stomp, stompy stomp. Weirdo. You little weirdo. So cute. Mentioned the PO box is to protect your identity. I'd send you stuff that's Puerto Rican as a fan and friend because I'm happy to show off my family culture for a small island in the Caribbean. Yeah, I know. The thing is the PO box is still linked to my name. You can't have an how do you pronounce it? Alias? Or some such stuff. You have to have your full legal name connected to it. And that's kind of, I don't know. Hey, puppy butt. So cute. Oh, hi. I really looked into it. That's why Throne is the only way that it's basically via a proxy. So you don't get the address, but rather somebody buys the stuff that you linked. So, you know, your info doesn't get out, and also the buyer's info gets protected. That's what the Throny thing. I don't know if I have a command for that. Thone. I can't spell. Okay, how do I trigger this thing? There. Throne gifts. I think the link is actually old. Anyway, it doesn't give the info of either party away, so that's kind of keeping you safe while, you know. But it also, it's not free sending. You can't just send say something not weird, a cake. A box of crickets. Yes, exactly. You can't send a box of crickets. For example, if somebody has a frog or something, you can't send them crickets.
Come back to this later.
Wait, let me do this one more time. Maybe I'm going the wrong way.
Will you give it?
9, komm her. Ja. Sofort. Hier. What is it on the table that you want so desperately? Bettchen. Oh, by the way, is my... No, my leg is not being keyed out. It's too dark. Wearing clothing when you have a green screen is very difficult, because you might accidentally disappear. Okay, let's try one more time, okay?
Again. Practice makes perfect.
I'm gonna follow the freaking mappy thing. Why am I at checkpoint 0 now? Oh, lovely. You can also shoot it from the back. I think this might be just buggy. I hope it is. Oh, lovely.
So,
The
have you had
checkpoint
enough, or do you wish
disappeared.
to ride again?
I've had enough.
Had enough.
Dude.
Rather not wear my horse down before the real race.
Yeah, yeah.
Where to now?
Marksmanship. There.
Time for some target practice, I think.
Dude, I thought I should
Come with me.
make a
The marksmanship contest shall pit you
a
against
command for
another the
Thingamabob
best time
and
score.
Thingy
He who
and
hits
stuff
all
like
his
that.
targets
Dingenskirchen.
Hope my aim's as good as that Cupid's who shot you.
Sometimes when you
Some-
speak,
some-
I miss the meaning entirely.
Some funny commands that are totally useless. Other countries, any allies, as long as it's in the same PO box. It's the same. What? Just want to educate you more with PR gifts. That's all. I know. I understand. The thing is, they don't allow that in Germany because you
Hit the
can
red
do that.
targets.
Wait, can I? There. You can do that in other countries, but you can also have PO box or post box companies. So you have a post box in a country where it's cheap to have the taxes. You give that as your address for your sign up of your job or whatever, or your company place, and then pay less taxes, but actually be situated in wherever the heck. And that's illegal in Germany. I don't know if it's illegal in other countries, or if they just don't enforce it properly, but that's the reason why it's not allowed in Germany. You have to have a public name connected to the PO box. So you don't have a company name, for example, connected to it.
Once
Okay.
more?
No?
Done enough shooting.
Where to now?
Be nice to swing. Do some
You want an
footwork, work up
Adrian
a sweat.
command?
Very well. We shall practice infantry combat, one-on-one. Each knight opts for his own methods. Rainfar, for instance, fights halberd in hand.
Rainfart? What?
Come with me. You will team with other knights to fight. The clash simulates a true skirmish during battle. Come the end, you shall fight a duel. It will determine your
A
place
duel?
on the podium. I always liked the duels the best.
A duel.
But now I can
Duel.
think only of my Vivian. In the end, it is good you will replace me. I sense I would simply be distracted this time.
Dude.
Stand at the center of the training ground. A knight will approach and challenge you.
Cool. Knights.
By my troth, you need not ask me twice. This is it! Look alive!
Do you wish to practice fighting
That was
a moment
easy.
longer?
Think I've seen enough. Sorry to
Weird.
be blunt, but the simplest Witcher contract demands more skill than this kind of combat.
Now you must go to the inscription tent. Honor and
I'm
glory are
probably
all
not
true and
allowed to
good,
do
but
any
your scrolls
charming.
must be in order.
Orchard?
With reason.
We sweat barrels of blood trying to
right
disperse
and
the
fitting,
four
Witcher.
fingers from the guilt.
Kiss a summon.
Then along comes a witcher, and with a huff and a puff, he blows the bum butchers away.
What? For Christmas I got a Hector Lavoe shirt. He's an old salsa singer. We've seen his biopic on your watch party. Oh, that dude. He's a Puerto Rican singer that moved to NYC and became a megastar in the music.
My sister got it for me. Oh, cool, cool, cool.
I'm watching your flinty hide.
Long live Duchessa
I
Ada.
very, very.
As punishment for our sins, we have ceased to succor.
Creepy lady! She screamed so much. Okay, where are we going? Go to the inscription tank to enter the tourney. I very roughly remember the movie.
Greetings. Want to join the lists?
Naturally, we must first see to formalities, however. At Guillaume's request, I have looked into your personal history in its heraldic aspects.
Really?
What?
What did you come up with?
My findings show you may take part as Geralt of Rivia,
What a surprise.
or as the Honorable Ravix of Forhorn. It's not every year we have a combatant who can boast of 2 crests. Which do you prefer?
What? I'm what?
Ravix of Forhorn? How'd you manage to dig that up?
Here in Toussaint, we treat heraldry very seriously.
Where did you get
One
that title
visit
from?
To the Ducal Archives. That is all I needed to acquire the necessary information. Ravix of Forhorn was the name under which you attended a feast honoring Princess Pavetta, daughter of Queen Calanthe of Sintra, on the occasion of her 15th birthday.
Oh,
That's actually right.
where he invoked the law of surprise, or what it was? To my dad, since that was truly his music, was a movie that starred Mark Anthony and no recollection what their faces look like. I have also no idea who Mark Anthony is. Jennifer Lopez is the with a Jenny from the Block song, right?
Kinda curious what you could have learned about Geralt of Rivia.
Everywhere?
In the year 1267, a certain Geralt, a member of the Witches' Guild, was knighted by Queen Meve and dubbed Geralt of Rivia. This was in honor of his distinguished service at the Battle of the Bridge, said structure spanning the Yaruga. But I wager you know of which battle I speak.
Yeah, those were the days. Kahir and I led a fistful of Nordlings against an entire Nilfgaardian battalion. Won that battle just because we absolutely had to cross the river.
Damn. See? I'm missing so much. Oh, dude, I forgot. We wanted to watch the trailer for Witcher 4. Dude, I forgot because I didn't stream on Friday. I should do that before choosing. Okay. Let's find the trailer. Wait. Oh, El Cantante. Okay, the title I remember. The rest, not so much. Didn't he take drugs and stuff? I don't know. YouTube. Witcher 4 trailer. No, we do not want German. Okay. If you do not want the Witcher 4 trailer, scene, whatnot, do close your eyes for roughly 6 minutes, or your ears, whatever. It will be over soon. May contain inappropriate content for children. You don't say. You don't say. Okay, wait. Wait. Hope it's not too loud. Naked again.
I've watched ye grow from a devilishly curious child into a remarkable young lass with much grace, wisdom,
Wait, is that
and
Siri?
kindness. Take the easy times what shape us, nay. 'Tis how we rise to face the hard
That
times
is Siri.
what does that for us. Even heart of gold. You've the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty. Darling. Sweeten. Today's the day. Ye fill out your destiny.
Who's that? Is she gonna get sacrificed?
Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
A witcher?
Oh, there comes Siri.
Witcher! Whose coin did ye take? Nay, nay, you can't. 'Tis tradition. Chosen she is, by the gods.
No! You chose her.
The eyes are so weird on her. Is it the same voice actress? She's already in. How did she walk so fast? Are those the crones again? Holy crap! Oh god, bitch!
Go, now. Nay! I must save them! Save the village! Save yourself!
Not crones.
Run! To shelter! To your father!
Shaken.
Run!
I need subtitles. Spider thing. Which you can see in the dark now. Wait, but did she lose her powers? Her zoopity powers? Ew. Ew. Oh no, I guess not. No. Oh, the music is so cool. I'm getting goosebumps. Ew. Bitch! The head fell off. Did they kill the woman?
Go to the woods. The chosen one. His tradition.
Oh no, no, no.
Oh, those fuckers. Those fuckers.
It's all we wanted. For her to go to the woods. To go to the gods.
Gods? There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
Bitch, kill him. Kill him. Fuck them. They're so dead. If I get to play that, they're super dead. Oh no. Oh, fuck off with that ad. Oh, bitch. Goddamn ad. Oh my god. Okay, I'm excited. Did they say anything about a release date? Did they just start with it? I mean, they already added to the launcher for whatever reason. For advertisement. God dang it. Maybe I shouldn't have watched it, because now I'm too excited for it. God damn it. So Ciri couldn't use normal magic or Witcher potions in the game. And Witcher 3. People are assuming she took the Witcher trial of grasses for some reason. She has her powers, but they seem diminished. You mean her Elder Blood powers. Yeah, I mean something. Yeah. That's what yeah. But she also didn't do the zoom thingy. You know, the one that that I kind of liked to use because it made her faster. In Witcher 3. I'm curious what they're gonna make out of the story, but I'm super excited. Also, cause she's, you know, she feels a bit more, you know, righteous, or not righteous. Justice serving, wanting, needing, whatever. Than Geralt. Geralt is kind of sometimes a bit, I don't want to bother with this kind of stuff. Sometimes, at times. But she feels more, maybe because of her youth. I don't know if it's Geralt always feels tired. Exactly. She's just old. I just want to go to sleep. Maybe it's also, I mean, Ciri is gonna be older, so maybe that's gonna be not the case anymore in the game? I don't know. Wait, what did you write? Remember the scene he didn't show up for his wedding, so the wife picked him up from a party, took him in the church, and they got... No, I don't remember that. Okay. me not remembering things, just a heads up, I don't know if you feel that way, but it's not that I paid attention, yeah? And it's not like the movie didn't matter to me. I forget these things very quickly. I've been told before that I'm not paying attention enough, and I don't care about things, and that's why I forget about the things. I'm not. I just forget the things. I also forget things that I care about. I also forget. I care about a lot, and I also forget things that make me happy. Yeah, just gone. Okay, Geralt. I mean, he's gone through a lot. I mean, this whole thing where he got the titles, apparently, you know, that's just, I guess he is tired. Okay, let's be Geralt of Rivia, like always.
I'm Geralt, not about to fight under a false name.
You may now take the shield bearing your crest.
I don't want the shield.
Shields aren't something Witchers ever use in combat.
Who mentioned using it in combat? Not I. The shield commemorates your participation in the tourney. You may take it as a souvenir.
Oh, dear.
In that case, thanks.
Have you been instructed as to the tourney's challenges, prizes, and vows? If not, I do hope you will allow me to tell you about them.
Vows?
You say something about vows?
As is our custom, knights make vows to which they hold for the duration of the tourney. Each swears on something which to him represents his most cherished virtue.
Oh dear, that's gonna go bad. Like to learn more about the prizes.
Gonna come right out with it. I'm a sucker for prizes.
The winner of each contest shall receive a trophy.
Yay!
Whoever has the best result once all contests have played out shall face last year's champion in a final duel for glory and the title. Should you defeat the reigning champion, the grand prize will be yours. This year, a sword forged especially for this occasion by the one and only Cornelius of Isengard, a famed master weaponsmith. Her illustrious Highness had it brought all the way from Nazaire.
Tell me about the challenges.
Guillaume told me a bit about the contests. Rather make sure I'm clear on them, though.
An admirable thirst for knowledge. There are contests 3. A shooting range, where you will compete side by side with an opponent. A horse race, during which you will seek to complete the course within a specified time. Any targets hit with bolts or dummies felt with blade will increase the time you have. Finally, the group melee in the arena, crowned with a duel against last year's champion.
Oh, yay.
As each contest ends, its results will be posted on the board outside my tent. This way, all will be apprised of who leads at any given moment.
Convenient.
Dude, I wanna play. I wanna have Witcher 4 now. That is so cool. Cannot wait.
Feels like I know everything I'd ever want to know about chivalry.
This is why I never watch trailers. They get me too excited.
Case, you must make your vow. Upon what would you like to swear it?
I don't know. What do I swear? I swear on the Heron. I swear on my lady's love. I swear on her lustrous highness's garter. Oh no! Oh no! What is a heron? A mathematician. A Greek mathematician. A bird. A river in France. Well, this does not help. The boy and the heron. Okay. Oh, that's a bird. So what, do I swear on the bird or what? I don't know what he's talking about. Ah! I can't choose 3. That's just horrible. In that case, you must make your vow. Upon what would you like to swear? Rather not make a vow.
Don't feel like making a vow.
Custom allows even for this possibility.
Okay, cool. Then why did you say I had to do
succor
one?
you in your endeavors to overcome. Sign here, please, then fill out these forms.
Just fill out these
I
forms.
need from you. Now, as arranged by Guillaume, you shall be fitted with appropriate armor for the tourney.
Armor?
Shiny.
You have also been assigned a tent for the tourney's duration. It stands near the arena. Good luck.
Oh, damn. I wanted to play Gwent, not whatever this is. Well, this looks unusual on him. Cool. Geralt.
The guard brings peace to our domains. Flout its writ and rot in chains. Right, Edrica clans, ducks nipples, get them while they're hot.
Dog's nipples.
Ears, rents tongues, on sale now. Come and get them.
White-haired.
Sealed noses.
The archers.
Stocks and the whip await
Maybe
those
this
running
year they'll
riot.
pop off another onlooker.
Our duchy values peace and quiet.
Okay, save. Let's go!
Geralt, well, I'll be. Have you decided to turn knight errant?
No.
All jesting aside, here on a job. You in the 22?
Am I? Ha! I shall square off against Renfan of Atre. I saw him just moments ago. A nervous wreck. Stuffing his nose with fish steak, no less. As if that would aid his determination.
Guessing that's against the rules.
Is he
But
sniffing
who's
coke?
to tell the Nilfgaardian what to do? Listen, Geralt. I've a tip for you. The timing of your marksmanship duel is such that you shall have the sun in your eyes.
Makes no difference to me either way.
Nor will it give you any pleasure. Since, as it is, we must both wait. Play me in a round of Gwent.
Yay!
Should you win, I shall swap with you. To me, a southerner, the sun is no hindrance.
Never turn down a round of Gwent.
Gwent! Ooh. Let's, test the thing? The deck? Do, 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 do. Okay. It's a spy. A damn little spy. Oh dear. Oh, bitch! Seriously? My turn. But, damn. Oh, shit. Not what I intended to do. Oh, dude, seriously? Can't you scorch like this? Okay, you know what? If I kill all my cards, right? And I shuffle them back in. I have a chance, maybe. Maybe. Very bad chance. Oh, damn. Wait. Did I not pull a card? Seriously? Well, that's just sucky. Oh, wow. And now I can't even use the cards because of that thing. Ah, bullshit. I lost. I lost. Hey, Sly. No, I'm absolutely not winning. That's dead. Or not? Why is it not doing anything? Weird.
I almost regret beating you. But we've passed the time nicely. Lady Vivian should appear forthwith. You shall shoot first.
Early morning.
Fair knights, I salute you. The honor and duty of tourney patron have fallen to me this year. Fight honorably, so that I may bestow upon one of your number the tourney's grand prize. You have sworn your vows. You have readied body and soul. The time has come to test them.
Are you okay, lady?
Behold Horm Akispark of the Mechtian royal line. His name's quite
Mechtian.
powerful, a true challenge to rhyme.
Is
His
the
targets to
Dutch?
be hit centrally and true are are the ones in blue. Against him, new blood, a knight unknown till now. Sir Geralt of Rivia, give us a bow.
Nah.
The targets he must with his quarrels thread are red. May the better man win.
Okay, red. Red. Do 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 do. Red. Do 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 do.
Like a lava ghostly grasping but one fair teat, Geralt's half strewn twixt joyous victory and bitter defeat.
Done. Do you think Geralt will appear in Witcher 4? I don't know. We just watched the trailer. I don't know.
Pounded him soundly, immersed him in woe.
Depends on where they're leading the story, you know? Hey, yo! Getting the armbrust.
Your prize, sir. A crossbow adorned with your crest. I congratulate you.
Thanks.
Thank you, my lady.
Geralt of Rivia's crossbow. Hooray! What are the other prizes?
Would you tell me about the other prizes?
Alas, I cannot devote more time to you than to the other combatants. I have duties to attend to. Forgive me.
Okay, medallion hums when you're near.
My medallion's vibrating strongly. Can only mean one thing. Magic.
The explanation is disappointing, I'm afraid. The fragrance I use, it's mixed by a sorceress.
To lose to an opponent such as you is a victory of its own. Accept my congratulations as well.
Thanks.
His hair looks weird.
Good work! In the interim, I managed to determine which tent Lady Vivian occupies. Perhaps you could find a clue within it.
You're right. Vivian's cursed in some way. Sensed it when she opened the tourney.
In that case, we've no time to lose. Let us go.
Need a minute.
Give me a minute. Need to catch my breath.
Hey. Do you think Geralt will, I mean, as a flashback? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Kind of, or, you know, as a kind of, in-between thing, maybe at the beginning or something, leading us into the story of how... Didn't I just see a head there? Sideways?
It's raining cows.
That was weird. I thought his head was kind of poking in from the side here. On the other side. Weird. Maybe as a, you know, introduction as to why Ciri is now a Witcher? I do have a Dutch friend here in New York City. He was raised here in the Bronx as a kid, but he was born in Rotterdam. Shame on me, I don't know where Rotterdam is. I thought that was in Poland. Geography! Yay! Oh no. He speaks English as an American, but also speaks fluent Dutch. There you go. Good stuff. Rotterdam. Stadt in Niederlande. I need the maps. Why do you not show me the map? Den Haag. Oh, okay. I apparently did not play the game long enough to know where Rotterdam is. It's one of the main cities in the Netherlands. That does not mean anything. I met him working with a boxing trainer at the park. Were you boxing him? Or no? Or he was working with a boxing trainer. Funny cut off that boxing trainer. What? Confused? Why did you cut him
ready?
off?
May we go?
No, you didn't cut him off. Out of your life?
Yeah, let's go now.
Our hero, claims a warrior.
This is her tent. You must look inside. Search it. I
tell
shall
you
hoot
what,
like an
tell
owl
you
should
what,
someone approach.
I really want to play Skyrim now. No!
Claw marks, that's clear. Not sure what beast left them, just that it's big.
Stuff's eyes within thy locks. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet.
Stop talking to yourself, Gullo, whatever your name is.
Powerful magic at work here.
Thy 2 breasts, holy crap, dude.
Jar of concealing ointment. Powerful magic at work here.
Whose painting is that?
Clothing's all dark green and yellow. Seems Yen's not the only one with a fixed color scheme. Boreal feather. Vivian keep a bird as a pet? No sign of it here, if so. Bruxay tend to be fond of birds.
No, I didn't look at the other thing.
Quickly.
You were supposed to hoot.
We shall speak later. We must return to the tourney now. It's time for the second contest.
Hoot.
What seeks you in my latest tent? Inspiration? Be gone from here.
Lady!
Why were you in there?
Tourney business. Nothing of import.
God dang it. Never mind. Can't do it. Run! Let's go.
The flower of chivalry. Strapping lads.
Right, toes eggs! Dragon's eyes on a stick! Come and get it! Fresh
Dragon
and
eyes on a
wholesome.
stick. You. Hey, you. Why?
Behold, gallant knights and ladies decorous, gaze at the host assembled before us. Look upon chivalry's best and most storied. Come from far lands, here to seek glory. Hear now their names as I shout them aloud. Savor their titles, of their presence be proud. Halmarin, the Baron of Longfall.
Longfall.
Of Metina. Rainfarn of Atra.
The horse is creepy. It has demon eyes.
Donimir of Troy. Guy de Boisfren, in service to the Duchess. Delwyn of Craigiau. Count Tai of Dondal. Ansay of Lyria and Rivia a prince. Geralt of Rivia. For Gregoire of Mount Gorgon, let out a roaring
The dude is from Rivia too?
The faint vow of silence, Tawny champion from last year. Today's winner of contests, his victory to secure, shall face a Gregoire in a challenge severe. Does ignorance demand a bard intercede? Does someone need telling how Tawnies proceed?
How dare you enter a tourney for nobly born knights? Your knighthood came through the grace of my mother Meve, Queen of Lyria and Rivia, whom you treacherously deserted mere days later. Your presence here is an offense to my honor.
And yours is an offense to my eyes. If you're done, step aside, Prince.
Tawny's protector,
the mate Vivian, a beauty entrances both
Oh,
beasts and men.
dude, that was, oh my god.
Heart's greetings, dear knights.
Geralt.
May my grace guide you and show you the path of honor, valor, and glory. Accept my wishes of good fortune, sir, and devote all your strength to the tourney, and only it.
The time has come for you, Sir Knight. Mount your steed. Swift be your flight. Ladies and gentlemen of lineage illustrious, soon steeds shall swarm like ants most industrious. To beat time's passage they'll ride like the gale. What a sight to behold, what a lark, what a tale! Before us Geralt from Rithia come, fast as the wind, bright as the sun.
Why do I have to go first?
Let's go.
And he's up! We the thunderous roar, hoofs pounds the ground. No legion of drummers could make such a sound.
Zoom! My heart is thump thump thumping. I don't know if this is good for the horse, honestly. Damn.
Monsters, wildcats, bandits, trample all, for I come!
I must practice. It will work.
Did not hit it. Seriously? Hit him! Why are they screaming? This is part of the freaking thing.
So, Witcher, are you the one that has a summon?
What nonsense. They're screaming because I use sword, seriously. Am I getting minus points for not hitting it correctly? Even the point taker is whatever.
Witcher, good luck on the path.
So close! Will he last? Endure and keep pace! What tension!
Take it easy.
How did I do?
A race of such style, such grace,
Joy.
such speed.
Race? Grace?
A treat indeed. To honor our entrance, praise each fair knight.
Joy,
We shall feast
stop
from
it.
eve till dawn's first light. The finest of wine and food shall be served. If you've blood in your veins, come collect what's deserved.
What?
I congratulate you.
Oh, I won!
Here, your price. A saddle adorned with your crest.
Many thanks.
By the way, my mate saw a man with white hair sneak out of my tent. Would you know who it might have been?
I have no idea.
How juvenile.
Hey-oh.
Congratulations on your win. In stellar style, no less. Ah, I no longer regret I was not able to participate. Almost. We must drink to this. Come with me to the feast.
Puppy.
We shall await Vivian together.
Hello.
Lead the way.
How are you, baby? Ah, so cute. Pupper. Boxing trainer opened a gym, so he's no longer at the park. He is also Puerto Rican. He was born on the island.
So, any thoughts on Vivian?
Her beauty's striking.
That is not what I ask.
Still too early to say anything I'd be willing to stand behind. Managed to figure one thing out. She uses powerful magic, masking illusions.
Dating his
You
cousin.
mean to say she might in truth look different than she seems?
Only guessing right now. Found some clues. Got me wondering if your beloved Vivian's not a Bruxa.
A Bruxa? You mean a vampiress?
Hi.
Not sure yet.
We've still some time before Vivian arrives. Let us drink.
What if Vivian was replaced by a Bruxa? Puppy, puppy, Joy. Hey-oh. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't tell my Dutch friend how I feel about the boxing trainer. My Dutch friend is also progressive. I don't want that shit talk to get to the boxing train. My sister trained with him and she doesn't like his personality much. I mean, but why? I mean, it's not shit talking if he admitted to it himself. But also, I mean, it's his choice or whatever. If he wants to train under him. Joy, come here. Why are you so obsessed with the table? There's nothing on there. Nothing. Here. Why not? Let's get drunk.
To Vivian, may you find the means to aid her.
To Vivian.
Ah, when I first laid eyes on her, I finally understood what all those poems and ballads were trying to say.
Love's not
Oh,
poetry
first
alone.
love.
Sometimes it's
Nine.
prose. Sometimes it's just plain ugly.
You say that only because you do not know Vivian as I do. A life with her would be sweetness itself.
Actually, you don't know her all that well either.
Oh, he's challenging me.
Your presence at this tourney is an affront to my honor. I demand satisfaction.
Well, I can't help you with that.
Mounted combat in the main arena. I challenge you.
I don't know, should I? I mean, he challenged me. It's not for my honor, but, you know. I wonder if I should just, you know. I don't know. This guy dancing on the Uber Eats advert is ridiculous. I've never seen an Uber Eats advert. Welcome back from the ad. Somebody tell me, should we accept his challenge? Because I don't know. Dude, challenged me to a mounted duel. Kind of want to, you know, be a dick to him, but... Because he was one. It's not my fault he's being a bit pissy. Oh, hiccup. Okay, let's do it.
Since you insist, I'm all yours.
You shall bitterly regret deserting my mother's army once I'm done with you.
Oh dear.
May the blood I will spill wash away the stain of your cowardice.
Let's get this over with.
Can I save?
3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
So, you know the Duchess. Do you believe that means you can...
Oops, I ran away.
The gods have seen fit to punish you for your cowardice.
Yada yada, you won, whatever.
No, 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 no. 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 Fuck you, game. I did no such thing. I accidentally ran out of the field. I did not run away from him. Ha bullcrap. Utter bullcrap. Sign up to Red Launcher and receive... No, I don't want to. Are you kidding me? Since when is that a thing? Told the boxing trainer that I don't hang with my sister as me and her are different. I mean... That is something we don't really need to tell somebody, because, you know, that's kind of... often happens anyway. Family and stuff. Different from my family because I go to punk rock concert and part of the culture. This is about me not hanging with her much and added to it that we don't get along well and ask if there's something going on. Dude. Can people not accept that family just don't want to hang out with each other?
So, any thoughts on
Her beauty?
that? Is not
Still. Only found some. Not sh.
We've still. To Vivian, may you.
To.
Ah.
Actually.
Your presence
Stay here.
in this tourney is an affront to my honor.
Listen
I
well.
demand satisfaction.
Head to the nearest brothel then.
Coward. Mounted combat in the main arena. I challenge you.
Fine, more than willing to fight.
Since you.
You shall bitterly. May the blood I will spill wash away the stain of your cowardice.
Let's get this over with. Quick.
3, 2, 1.
Well, that failed. Ah, bitch! The first time was going so well. He's burning. Woo! The prince is down.
Unknown except to them, the gods have chosen to punish me with defeat. But do not think your cowardice will be forgotten.
What cowardice?
Still going on about that? Need to clear this up once and for all. Had to abandon your mother's camp back then because someone else needed my help. Badly. Couldn't refuse them. Didn't want to, in fact.
You mean to say you had a secret mission, set off to accomplish it, having vowed to tell no one of its nature, until you did?
Something like that. Minus the vow. And, I'd still rather not divulge the nature of my secret mission. Can you accept that as justification?
No.
In agreeing to duel, you proved yourself a true knight. Thus, I accept your word as that of a man of honor.
Glad to hear it. Now I got work to do.
Dude. These honorable men are so freaking annoying. Nilfgaard?
My heart swells to behold this beautiful celebration of valor and honor, and to witness you, who embody the chivalric virtues in your lives, strive for greatness. Yet, after a time of combat must come a time of peace and respite. Thus, I invite all who fought in the tourney to this feast held in your, and none other's, honor. And should any among you crave solitude, private tents await you nearby. The group melee shall take place on the morrow.
Solitude, yes.
Glory shall be within grasp for each and every one of you.
He's
The
huge.
best among you shall have the honor to face our reigning champion, the famed Gregoire de Gourgon, victor of last year's tourney. Celebrate, make merry,
Why is he
revel as you will.
The angle
Yet
is
be
so weird.
mindful of the trial that awaits you tomorrow.
Follow her. We shall meet in your tent before your last contest. You must help her.
It's a creepy.
Master Witcher, you wouldn't be seeking
That grey domed scoundrel,
Oh.
ever
Oh.
seeking Lady Vivienne, some kind of maniac.
Confront Vivienne. Month after he opened his gym, 10th month later, my sister saw him still training people at the park. She asked him how the gym is doing and he said it was great and how they have... It's total bullshit if the gym has... It doesn't need to be at the park. I mean... Maybe he likes the park? I mean, a park is a nice place.
Strange. Was sure I'd find her here. Vanished. Melted into thin air. And that bird. She a Bruxa?
Blythe, fine expenses. Elves of clothes, crowns, shoes, racing saddle, magic cream. Stealing her food, stealing her food, stealing her alcohol. There's a bird. Hello, bird.
Flew
Follow
off.
bird.
Worth going after. Looks like the bird's leading me somewhere.
Pheasant. Where's the bird? There. Panther. Oh, this one is a black one though. kind of want to eat pancakes now. But I don't have any bacon. I don't want to fight the bird. Oh no! Not the bird. Ah, nein! Joy! Sofort her! God, that dog! Hier! Bettchen, sofort! Was soll denn der Quark? Warum schreist du hier rum? There's nothing on this table that you want. Why the fuck are you barking at it? Oh my god. Dude. Holy shit. Bye, Sly. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good day, good night, good time. Sorry for the late answer. Doesn't like the park. He spoke how he wanted to open a gym and get out of the park. Yeah, well, maybe as a main working place? I don't know. Ah! This goddamn bird!
Bird flew off over the hill. Might be quicker to pass through the cave.
No. I'm on the hill now. Climbing hills is my thing, apparently. Is she a siren?
Witcher.
No.
Lady Vivian?
She was the bird?
Counted on me getting lost.
I did. I thought you no different from the knights. Good at tourneys, hopeless in the face of true danger. I was mistaken.
So you're not actually a Bruxa?
A what?
Suspicion I had, that you might be a vampire. Certain details seemed to confirm it. Then I changed my mind. Anyway, unimportant. Hear you come to this clearing often.
This is where it all began. And as I was not able to evade you, save myself from you, then I want it done here. In this very spot. With no witnesses.
Want what done?
Why, you are a witcher. You were hired to kill me, were you not? Then do so, now. And do it quickly, I beg you. I shan't resist.
Witchers only hunt monsters. And even then, not all. You're no monster.
Then what am I to your eyes?
Don't know yet. Afflicted by curse? Can't you just tell me?
Why should I guess when you could tell me yourself?
If you've no contract on my life, why take an interest at all? Did Guillaume put you up to it? Is that why?
He wanted to help you. Asked me to do him a favor. Frankly, if I can do something for you, I'll do it, willingly.
Why should I trust you?
'Cause the Duchess trusts me? 'Cause I'm a freak, too? 'Cause cases like yours are my bread and butter. Take your pick.
You shall not turn on me.
Plenty of reasons.
Use what I say against me. You shall not tell anyone.
Got nothing to fear. I swear on the Heron.
You got nothing to fear. Came here to help you. And I won't peep a word to anyone unless I decide it's absolutely necessary.
So be it. I shall tell you what my mama once told me.
Is she flying? Oh no.
When she was
Hovering.
with child, expecting me, she and my father spent much time together near the wood, here in this clearing. Mama loved to listen to the orioles sing. She would stroke her belly and say, "My daughter should be as beautiful as that bird. Such is my wish."
Oh shit.
But a creature dwelt in the wood who envied my parents their happiness. One day it appeared before them to say the whole wood belonged to it, and they had dared to delight in something that was not theirs. It demanded payment. And when my parents said that they had nothing, it claimed their unborn daughter as its own.
Parents ever describe the creature?
They called it a nymph born of the deep woods, with no mother or father. But I was too young, too distraught by the curse's onset to ask after details.
Nymph.
What happened after that?
Nothing at first. I came into the world a perfectly normal child, and my parents forgot that day's events. But 15 summers into my life, the curse began to show. Initially only when the moon was full, but now it's advanced so that even in daytime I must use magic ointment to mask its symptoms, to look normal. Thus I thought someone had discovered my secret, then hired you to kill me. In fact, I was resigned to death in coming here.
Oh shit.
Perhaps death would be preferable to my complete and permanent transformation. For I fear that is what lies in store.
Magic illusions, using them can be dangerous.
Ointment you use includes a potent magic ingredient. You don't have the immunity mages have. Use heavy doses, or normal doses too long, and it could be dangerous to you.
I sensed this. The very reason I knew I would have to give it up in the end, and bid my human form a final farewell.
Can try to lift the curse.
The curse, it could be reversible. Once ran into a baron transformed into a cormorant, ostensibly for good. Managed to cure him completely.
And you truly think you could do something like this for me?
Can't guarantee a thing. Tough case, yours. You were cursed before birth. That alone complicates things. Also, you claim the curse is increasing its hold. Symptoms are progressing. Could try transferring the curse onto someone else.
What? Out of the question. I shall not allow it to ruin an innocent's life.
What if it's not an innocent?
You know?
Only one that's completely safe.
So there is another.
Pretty quick to reject help. Why is that? The curse once transferred would probably have a weaker hold on the new host. Lots weaker.
I do not even wish to hear of it.
Okay.
All right. There is another. Ancient ritual. We'd need an Oriole egg. Should release the curse's grip permanently. Gotta warn you, though. Could have serious consequences.
Consequences?
Like what?
What kind?
Curse was cast before you came into this world. Ritual involved transferring it to an as-yet unhatched chick. You'd be free. Thing is, you could be left with the average lifespan of an Oriole.
Oh.
7 years. I understand. Alas, every rose has its thorn, and there are no happy endings. Yet truth be told, I never thought I would get one. I came here prepared to die, yet you wish to give me 7 years of life. Real life, free life. This is no dilemma. I agree, wholeheartedly.
I see why. I understand. Don't have to decide just yet. Think it through.
I will. They must miss me at the tourney grounds by now. Shall we? Return.
Okay.
Let's. But are you gonna...
Yes. I cannot appear there all in feathers. Pardon me for a moment.
What is she doing? Washing herself? On pancakes, I wish I could do. What is happening? Why is the water doing that? And did you walk without clothing?
You can change at will?
No, but I discovered the water of this pool helps. Its effects are brief, but I can always be sure of them.
Interesting.
Did she not take her dress with her? Or did she hide one?
Come.
Theatrically... Ah, damn.
Did you learn anything?
Yeah.
Then speak, man. Can you not,
Not
see
yet.
I'm out of my mind with worry? What ails her?
She asked me not to talk about it.
But I want only the best for her. Perhaps I shall be able to help, or I don't know.
You
console
can't,
her
but
at the
I'll do
least.
it. Powerful curse afflicts her. Sorry, promised her wouldn't tell. Dude! Dude, just accept that I will help her, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, I don't know what to say. Can I not just say, I will help her? You just calm your tits, okay? Oh my god. Could try the amazing Puerto Rican food my mother makes. Theoretically, if you were here on vacation, we'd feed you if you were here in good honor. In good honor? Appreciate that. Not really good with, at least as far as I know, Spanish food. Puerto Rican, I would assume, kind of similarly in some directions. It's a spicy. I do not go well with spicy. I don't know if you're also, cilantro fans in Puerto Rico. Also not good. I'm very incompatible with a lot of foods. Okay, I only understand Amiga, Alemana, and Hungara, and that's who is friend, who is German and Hungarian. That's all I understand, because it sounds like French. Don't know what the first word means, though. I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break. Then I should get some cookies. Or cake. Cake? Cake? Squishy? Cake. Cake! Oh my god, it's cake! Woo! my god. My god. Oh my god. Dude. There was actually something there. It was just not on the table. It was in the kitchen, on the kitchen counter. But you could smell it through the hole in the wall, obviously. The reach through placey thing. Dude, this dog, honestly. Oh my god. Oh, Spanish of European is a different culture than Puerto Rico. Only common thing is the Spanish language in Catholic Church. Okay. In Spanish, I said you are my friend Alemna. Alemna. My name is now Alemna. Okay, so you don't eat spicy food? Okay, what do I say to him? I promised her I wouldn't tell.
Vivian gave me the details of her situation, but she did so in confidence. Promised I wouldn't tell anyone.
But I'm not just anyone. Why, I would do anything for her. I was the one to ask you to help her. You cannot shut me out now.
I'm sorry. Look, in time Vivian will come to understand what she owes you. I'm sure of it. But until then, you gotta understand the whole world doesn't revolve around you.
How dare you lecture me? This is not the aid I sought. And to think I gave up my spot in the tourney to you. I regret it now. Do you even intend to compete to the end? Or now that you've bound Vivian to your terms, you no longer see the need?
He is such an asshole. Bound her to my terms? I didn't do anything to her. What a dickhead. Holy crap. As Geralt said, the world doesn't revolve around you. Revolve. You don't have to play the hero. You don't know how to solve curses, for goodness sake. I like a bit of spice, but not too much. Dude. If you like a bit of spice, then you like spicy food. There is no slightly spicy liking. Because if you like slightly spicy food, it's already spicy. It's already too spicy. It's the same logic that my family has with, it's only a little bit of spice. Fuck that. No. It's burning in my ears. It's spicy. Don't put spicy in my food, okay? You're burning me alive. Stop it. There is no slightly spicy. It's bad. Okay, let's finish the tourney. I want to smack that big dude.
I'll take part in the last skirmish. Besides, Vivian will be busy till the tourney's end.
Indeed. In that case, you must meet the other knights of your team. They await near the arena's entrance by the training ground.
Got it. Thanks.
Team?
I know now the two teams' rosters. I shall be captain of ours. That means you shall do as I say for the duration of the fight. Is this clear? Palmer and Alonso will lead the opposing team. With this skirmish, we commemorate the Battle of Fox Hollow of 1218, when a hands of southern outlaws led by Halar the Brown attacked Tucson only to be driven off by brave knights, thus setting a precedent. Since that day, knights errant have guarded the duchy's borders. Palmerin drew the short straw, so his team shall play the barbarian Haller's men. Any questions?
Why do we have to have a story for this shit?
You know nothing of knightly combat as a witcher. Try at least to stay out of our way.
It is time, gentlemen. Take your weapons and proceed to the arena.
I'm gonna... You know what? Friendly fire. I don't care. Kill him.
A cheer for the knights, the ladies, the
Nein,
lords.
that's meins.
For our next entertainment, the teams shall cross swords. 2 rifle crews, 2 coteries shall fight full tilt till one's dropped to its knees.
Böttchen.
Whose virtue ignores or lance blows unclean shall forever be branded as shameful, obscene. While the knights prepare, let me say I'm elated to behold such a crowd on edge, breath-baited. Whoever here wins the past champion shall face. All others must leave, heads bowed in disgrace.
Uh-oh.
Let us begin! Crowd, race a ruckus! Blood, sweat, and tears shall soon follow in buckets. Attack!
Is it my fault that my sword is burning people?
To do evil, I'll beat it out of you.
Bitch.
For Tucson! Behold the punishment of your foul deeds.
After this, is it everybody against everybody? Oh, he got headbutted.
The world's never seen a fight quite so glorious. For showing such verve, each knight was victorious. Yet in tourneys as in life, but one champion may reign. Today, he is the one. Praised be his name. He felt a whole host, slew the most. To Geralt of Rivia, who the strength of lions boasts. He sailed through all trials, each test he passed with ease. But now awaits the last. Will it bring him to his knees? For Gregoire de Gorgon, who on this ground last won, shall spar him for the title, and the day is done. To the tired remainder, we salute your endeavors. Return to your wives, your loves, your
Whomevers. Can I save in between, please?
It is time. Step into the arena. Should you suffer grievous harm during combat, have you any last wishes? Any missives you wish passed to your loved ones?
Thanks, I'm fine.
Wow.
The Witcher of Rivia, Geralt his name. Though aged be his visage, do not disdain. His locks true are white, but he was born to fight. Now entering the grounds,
he's
a fight
freaking
of
tall.
infamy. Gregoire de Gorgon, victor of last his tourney.
Dude, look how gigantic he is.
I wish both combatants good fortune and fame.
Fortune. Oh my god, look at how huge.
Chasing the crowns, the titans locked stairs, ferocious and spry as wolves hunting hares. Mesdames et messieurs, our victor, our champion, the unequaled and silent Gregoire de Gorgon! Hip, hip, hooray! Hooray! And now a few words from our sponsor.
A few words from our sponsors.
And deep drink to foe. A wine for your teeth. Geralt of Rivia! This year's champion! A sight to behold! He defeated Gregoire de Gorgon! Hail Geralt! Herald! Herald!
Herald! Herald! We all matter.
As patron of this grand tourney,
Oh, he's got a hair thing.
Our grand champion.
Where am I getting a dagger?
Yet throughout the tourney
a rapier?
demonstrated knightly virtue that doubtless carried him to this splendid victory. He showed great courage, great strength, great composure. He fought nobly with honor.
That doesn't look like a
and
normal sword.
Rightfully deserves the title of this year's champion of the arena.
I need to talk to you.
Not now. We shall meet later in my tent. I've duties to attend to, as do you. Folk regard you. The least you should do is wave.
Well, that was weird. Good job, Geralt.
Greetings, my lady. Have you decided?
I have. I stand by all I have said. I wish to endanger no one and thus choose the method involving an egg. If it's to be the egg of an oriole, I know where to find one. There is a nest in my clearing. Might you explain the nature of the ritual? Its exact course?
Sure, but seems your tent's grown ears. Show yourself, Guillaume. Can hear you breathing, and I know damn well it's you.
Why are you here, sir? This is a private audience. Geralt, what is the meaning of this? Is this some scheme you've hatched unbeknownst to me?
I did no such thing.
No, no scheming involved. Guillaume hired me, but this matter relates to you, not him. Didn't invite him here in any case. Actually surprised he showed up.
My lady, I live to serve you. Whatsoever you require, you need but beckon. I am yours to command.
Then go away.
Are you quite finished? Is that all you wish to say?
I suppose so.
So you shall do what I command, sir. Very well then. Listen carefully. Leave this tent. Turn towards the duchy's northern marches. And run. Run until the tourney grounds are no longer within sight.
Whoa!
Return only once you've cooled off. Then leave me be forevermore. Understood?
Well, that's
my lady,
rough.
But your troubles. I only wish the Witcher see.
Out now!
I mean, fair.
You assured me I could trust you.
Hey! I didn't tell him a thing!
I kept your secret. Didn't tell him anything he didn't already know.
I understand he hired you, so you had to report to him. But this is not his affair, Geralt. This is my life.
I didn't tell him anything! God damn it!
Absolutely sure you did the right thing? Not too hasty rejecting his help? Can't conduct the ritual using your reflection without him. Needed someone who'd willingly assume the curse in your stead.
And you thought I would agree to this? No, Geralt. When we spoke in the meadow, you told me of a ritual which required no lusty knights to aid us. This is the method I wish to pursue.
Need to find an egg, preferably an oriole's. Ritual itself isn't complicated, but like I said before, there'll be a side effect. Still sure you want to go through with it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not too sure, you know, I feel like I want to redo this and, you know, but...
What will become of the chick?
We'll have to break the egg.
Oh, no.
Like you said, not everyone gets a happy ending.
And for a dream to come true, there must be sacrifices. Very well. Let us go.
Oh, Oh, so it's okay to freaking sacrifice a baby bird. That's super rude. Okay, wait, let's see. Can I? Let's see what happens if I say, you know, he means well. Because I feel bad for him. He only wanted to help, but he's also freaking annoying. Wait, no, I have to redo this? Oh, fuck no. A baby bird, you make a big argument. I mean, it's a baby bird. Screenshot taken? Why is a screenshot taken? What is happening?
Greetings, my lady.
I have.
Okay, something is going on because it keeps taking screenshots or something. Okay, dude, this is bad. It keeps making screenshots. Holy hell! Dude. $68. Wow. Funny for the game. It's not funny. It's not funny to sacrifice a baby bird. Even if it's a game baby bird. Okay. Oops.
Greeting.
I have my
Sure, but
Let's
show
see.
yourself.
Why?
Okay.
Guillaume's no foe. Though there's little honor in meddling, he meant well. Means well. You guessed correctly. He was the one to hire me, but only because he wanted to help you.
And I
My
didn't tell him
lady,
anything.
I live to serve you. Whatsoever you require, you need but beckon. I am yours to command.
Are you quite finished? Is that all you wish to say?
I suppose so.
So you shall do what I command, sir. Very well then. Listen carefully. Leave
Oh,
this
she's
tent.
saying the same thing.
Turn towards the Dutch. Return only once you've cooled off. Then leave me be forevermore. Understood?
My lady, but your troubles. I only wish the Witchers see.
Out now!
You assured me I could trust you.
I didn't say anything. Didn't tell him a thing.
I kept your secret. Didn't tell him anything he didn't already know.
I understand he hired you, so you had to report to him.
I
But
know,
this is
lady. Stop saying nonsense.
Absolutely sure you did the right thing? Not too hasty rejecting his help? Can't conduct the ritual using your reflection without him. Needed...
And you thought I would agree to this? No, Geralt. When we... This is the method...
Let's find the egg
Need
then.
to find an egg.
Yeah.
We'll have to break... Like you said.
And for a dream.
Poor bird. Dude, it's so infuriating when every choice you make is exactly the same. You have a choice, yet the choice is already made. It's driving me nuts.
This is the place.
Oh no! A panther's got at the nest!
Stand back. I'll take care of this.
Oops. I clicked out of the game. Oop. Is the egg
Eggs
gone?
fell in a moss patch. They're fine except for one. It's cracked.
Will it do?
Hey, we can use a cracked egg.
I think so.
But might already be dead. Sorry, little birdie.
Now what must I do?
Focus on people. Sure you want to go through with this?
Just to be sure, gonna ask one last time. Positive you want to do this? If we succeed, the changes will be irreversible. You'll probably also only have 7 years left to live, at the most.
7 years free of the fear that someone might spy me at the wrong moment? Of the stigma of being a freak, a monster? 7 years of a life both true and unfettered. Yes, Geralt. I'm certain I wish to do it.
All right.
I feel bad for her. Is he cooking the egg?
You need to concentrate now.
Did he stick the egg in her ear? Oh, never mind.
Gandrau, Muna Finerat.
Muna Gandrau, Muna Finerat. Muna Gandrau, Muna Finerat. Muana Gandrau, Muana Finerat.
Oi! Poof! Okay. Her feathers flew away. She's still alive?
Damn it.
Geralt, look! Look! Oh, gods! I shall be able to attend balls. I shall travel to Oxenford, to Novigrad even. Thank you, Witcher.
Ought to thank Guillaume. He's the one hired me to help you.
Yes, I'm grateful to him as well, immensely. Will you tell him so for me?
Shouldn't you tell him yourself? Well,
Should tell him
she
yourself,
she
don't
did
you
send
think?
him away.
Perhaps I should, but I would prefer not to. Convey my gratitude to him in my stead. Please, be so kind.
Sure, I'll tell him. Farewell, Vivian.
What about the egg? Do we have to push, break it? Return to Guillaume. Roach, what are you doing here? Oh, right, we're riding here, never mind.
Giddy up.
Giddy up! Wee 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 wee. Woo woo woo. Horsey!
Go, go.
Oh god. Oh god. Backwards. Back. 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 Roach! Walk backwards!
Slow now. Whoa.
Don't worry. It's a problem-free philosophy. Oh, na na da da. Beep 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 beep. Be right back. Burp. All right.
The gods have sent the beast!
The gods have sent the beast!
We have seen.
I pledge my love to win the tourney with your name on my lips.
But what if another knight proves victorious? Many a valiant man has entered the list this year.
If it be so, then I
Hallo,
pledge to
Guillaume.
remain silent and not...
Geralt, what of Vivian?
Bonk.
Managed
She's
to lift
safe.
her curse.
Truly? So all will be well. Her troubles are done?
Vivian's happy, not knowing how long she'll live. She asked me to pass on a message.
Asked me to give you a message. Said she's grateful. Thanks to you, she can live a normal life.
Good, good. But how does she fare?
Vivian chose what suited her best. She's completely free now. And happy, I think.
Without me.
You helped her. But that doesn't mean she owes you her love.
Exactly.
Got this bard friend. Philosopher too, I guess. Amateur. He'd say, if you love somebody, set them free.
Do you know what, Geralt? You earned your reward, so take it. But keep your advice to yourself. Adieu.
Fuck her. If you get too close to her, I'm gonna cut off your nuts. 'Cause fuck you, asshole. She told you to fuck the fuck off. Oh my god.
Oh, here he comes. A hero.
Oh.
Am I invisible?
Am I invisible? Dude, you're running into me. What are you talking about? Am I invisible? What? You ran into me twice. Attack power. Whoa, whoa. Wow. Do 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 do.
Smiths and the comparison at the tires.
Learn more about that spotted wings. Wait, let's go back to the Gwen tournament. It's time to Gwent it up.
Our blood's worth less than wine.
Wow, 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 wow.
lakes. I can't.
I was to get a new quote from Jean
Work doth one know. What's new, mon ami?
What's more new, mon ami?
Since time immemorial, Gwent.
Bonjour. Wait. What? This is not the way. Oh, there it is. Hello.
I shall be famous one day, as famous as you, at your service, sir.
Wait, where's the... Wasn't I supposed to come back in 2 days?
Sir?
This year once more. There you are. A pleasure to see you again. The Skellige faction, how do you find it?
What? Not my favorite. Wait, who are you? Why are you suddenly talking to me?
It's great. Faction's a pleasure to play.
I'm glad to hear it.
Any specific tournament rules? Mind giving me an overview?
Firstly, might I introduce the contestants? Superb Gwent players all, hailing from the world's farthest corners. Hammal Ochen Dankbali, an Offieri merchant. Eric van Frog, a patrician from Novigrad. And lastly, we are proud to welcome a Skelliger.
Ye blind? Not Skelliger, Skelligirl, damn it!
Naturally, no offense.
Skelligo?
Agnetha Skolt, her ever-charming isle temperamented evidence, along with assorted beats, baubles, ropes.
Beats?
As to the rules, they're simple. Each player adopts a faction they cannot change for the tourney's duration. Lose a match, and you're eliminated. The winner from among you shall advance to the semi-final to face the winner of the tourney's previous edition, His Excellency the Ambassador of the Empire of Nilfgaard, Master von Hin. The winner of that match shall in turn face none other than me, your humble servant.
Oh shit.
Hands off our Gwent! No new fucking factions!
Protest, where did it went?
Protesters have gathered outside. Quite a few, it seems.
Hands off our bloody game! We didn't want any new factions! Monia, you dozy cunt! Stop diddling with dwarven tradition!
Change cannot always please everyone. Gwent traditionalists resent my efforts to expand the canon to include Skellige, but we shall pay them no mind.
Mind telling me what
They've
faction
got
the others
issues.
will be playing?
It is no secret. Eric van Frog will play the Northern Realms. His Excellency, in a flush of patriotism, chose Nilfgaard. Hammal Ochen Dankbali will play the Monsters deck, and Agnetha Skolt has chosen Skoyatel. Yours truly, of course, shall await the winner with a Skellige deck. I'm determined to prove its value.
Lovely.
Ready to start if everybody else is.
I invite you to join me on the terrace. The Herald shall soon announce the tourney's start.
I wish I had more spies. Would help.
Let the tourney begin! In round 1, Agnetha Skolt faces Eric von Vrog, and Geralt of Rivia plays Hamal on Gangbali.
Oh dear lord.
Let's
Monster
grab a
deck.
table.
A wager would you wish to make?
Oh no.
What did you have in mind?
Weapons do I collect, and your sword of silver my eye has caught. Should I win, I should take it. Should I lose, to you another equally precious shall I give.
All right. So be it.
Oh dear. Don't let me lose. I'll just load. Because I'm not gonna lose my swords. Okay. Spy. Good. How does he have a spy in a monster deck? Oh. Damn. Whee! Should have kept the Scorch. The crowns! Okay, wait. If I kill... Yes. 2, 3, it's a bit dumb, but okay. Oh! It's Skelligers! Why? Oh, why? Okay. Wait. Oopie. Okay. Again? Bitch! Seriously? Oh, I don't have anybody on the discard pile. Oh, I'm so dumb. Equal cards, Storm is gone. Oh, god dang it. Why? You're going to sleep in a bit? Well, have a good sleep then. take good care of yourself and get some rest. It's been a long day and stuff, and always is a long day, I guess. Oh! I won! I won! Hooray! Oh god. It was unnerving.
Good match. Thanks.
And upon your victory, congratulate I you. What drove me to wager a sword against you know I not. Clearly to guide me the universe ceased. Here, you may it serve well.
I'd never have lost if you hadn't cheated.
And my land, folk who slander like that don't live long, because we don't let them. Accuse me of cheating again, and I'll cut your tongue out.
Uh-oh.
Hands to yourselves. As Gwent is a gentleman's sport, we expect all its players to demonstrate impeccable manners, and we cannot tolerate any disturbances. Thus, by decision of Count Monnier, the contestants from Novigrad and Skellige are hereby disqualified.
Seriously?
Gentleman's sport. Well, I'm a lady, and we ladies don't give a flying fart about a tourney where any measly prick can accuse us of cheating.
With round 1 completed, the standings
Seriously?
are as follows. Agneta Skolt and Eric van Vroeg both disqualified. Geralt of Rivia has defeated Hamel Ongenbali of Ophir. In the semi-final, Geralt shall face the defending champion, Ambassador Von Heen.
I am honored.
I'm not. Oh, dear lord. Wish me luck. Hey there, Carlos. How are you doing? Good morning. Four hours? Well, that's not a lot. Are you doing okay? I have no spies whatsoever. Lovely.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! I'm trying to fix my sleeping schedule so I don't sleep at 5 a.m. in the morning every day. What, so instead you're sleeping at 6 p.m.? That's not the solution. Oh, it's my turn. It's the best I can do. Dude, I keep falling asleep at 3 a.m. I get it. It's difficult though. It's a burr. Whoa, boo, boo. Why can't I put it here? Dang. If I try to sleep at 4 or 6 p.m. every day instead, when I wake up at 2 a.m. at night, and that's awesome. I have all night to play video games before I start going to work. I don't have a job, but I call it work. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if that is the daily cycle you want to have, that's makes sense, you know. Everybody has their own rhythm, but I wish you luck with that. Not easy. The worst part is trying to stay awake. Gotta move. Carrots and cucumbers. You just gotta keep moving. Keep moving. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. You getting stuck? Oh dear lord. I hate this dude. I really should keep on sleeping when I start to feel tired. Yeah, I mean, you can also... Bitch! You can also go through your day, you know, power napping, if that works for you. What was that? He pulled the spy, didn't he? Oh no, I lost! I lost! No! No! Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
It seems you had a stroke of ill luck.
Your Excellency played better, that's all.
Stop desecrating Gwent!
Death to any and all new factions!
Seems there's some trouble brewing.
Scoot, all of yous! Off your asses and hide to Skellige, ye eye-loving seal slurpers.
Please remain calm and stop the verbal attacks.
Stop your mum from fucking ferrets, Monier, and hands off our Gwent!
Holy crap, what exactly is your problem?
Maybe instead of hollering threats, you ought to just explain what it is you want.
We've said it plenty of times, yet no one ever listens.
Got me listening.
Gwent's an ancient pastime. Its rules were set ages ago.
Exactly. Determined in keeping with the laws of nature.
There should be 4 factions. That is the optimal number. We'll not tolerate
Why?
the introduction of any others. It would disgrace the tradition.
Aye, leave our Gwent the fuck alone.
Enough of this! Didn't come here to jabber, but to break fucking heads in defense of tradition! Come on, lads!
Bitch, seriously?
Let's plough this new faction out of the horses' heads.
Wait, are they using weapons? Fuck you.
Cleave the cunts that dance on the bench.
Poxy band of free twats! Cleave the buggering hot!
Cooled you off a bit?
Fuck. Seeing triple. Quadruple, even.
Enough! I shall summon the guard.
I got this, Count. Sure, you can shut this tournament down, but there'll be another, with who knows what new rules. If you don't like them, don't enter. Play somewhere else however you want, but you'll never stop other folk from playing however they like.
Bollocks!
Like my good friend Zoltan Chive says, if one says you're talking bollocks, they could be right, they could be wrong. But if multiples say you're talking bollocks, well, you probably are. So let's take a vote. Who else here thinks I'm full of it?
Zoltan Chive? Haven't seen that rascal in ages. How's he doing?
Be glad to tell you over a bottle.
Was in Novigrad last I saw him. Be glad to tell you more over a flask of something strong.
Attention, everyone! Our outing's taken a new
You always
turn.
get the dwarves
We're
with
to sit and
alcohol.
drink vodka with Zoltan's pal.
Gentlemen, wait. We've still the final round of the tourney to play.
I lost anyway.
I know. Fuck that! I, Yaki Raffiberg, to hereby declare my participation in this tournament, and I demand to play the victor. We'll settle whether this Skellige faction's worth a flaming bag of shite!
But I
Once
lost.
and for all.
Agreed, but please, show some patience. We must first play a pre-final.
I lost though.
In the pre-final, Count Monier, representing the Skellige faction, shall face Ambassador von Hinn, playing Nilfgaard.
So I didn't have to
Skellige won.
win?
What a bundle of pish! Tournament's not done. Now it's my
I want to play too. Why
That
did I
is
get
what
this
we
quality?
agreed. Let us resolve our
we have
differences
lost.
here and now.
The grand finale! Witness it now! Count Monier playing the Skellige faction against Yaki Raffiberg!
No, I do not expect it. I do not expect this. I accept it. Just do this cutscene. If the game was scripted and cheating and automatically won, no, I just suck. I just suck at the freaking Skellige team cards. Let's try again. I don't know if I have to play both of them now. Ba ba bum ba da 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 ba ba da ba da ba 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 ba. Oh, thank you for the follow, Carlos. You accidentally pressed the button. Oh yeah, indeedly do. You did. Oh, okay, it's the second dude. It's the Nilfgaardian. Finger slipped, of course. Of course, okay. Can you slip again? Or something? I don't know. Okay, do we have an Olaf. We have an Olaf. Okay. We'll just use his spy. It's okay. Oh, that's good. Beep-a-doop-a-doop-a-doom. No, I meant some other slippage, but it's okay. Don't unfollow me, please. It was just a joke. It was but a joke. Please don't do anything bad. Like you, so I still follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please don't have a scourge. Since there is that tavern in Germany or something where you can play it, is Gwent a real life game that you can play with others? Isn't the tavern in Poland? Oh, bitch. What a dickhead. A really, really big dickhead. Oh, man. shit. Woo! Cards. Poland, do you play it the same or is there like a difference when play? I have no idea. I have no idea whatsoever. If it's actually a card game properly. Let's see. There's a board game? That's a puzzle. The Witcher Old World. There's a Witcher dice set. Card game Dark Souls. Well, that's not Gwent. Okay, there's a book for Gwent. I don't see any cards. I don't know. Bitch! Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate this guy. Followed you for a while and you play Gwent a lot, but I never know what the heck is going on in the Gwent table. So for me, I just see picture of cards moving around. Yeah, similar for me. Joy, there's really nothing there for you. Joy, 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 Joy. Hey. Hey. Joy, lass. Joy, lass das. Now she's staring at the corner. What a weirdo. Come here, you Thanks, Snooty Poop. Okay, I guess not. Yeah. So basically you have to reach the highest number. Yeah? Here. And there's different cards that debuff or buff your cards. And you kind of have to try to work with that. God damn it. There's spies that give you extra cards too from the stack. There's some that can magically call other cards or just you know, get buffed, like this berserker. If I had the mushroom weird thing, then he would turn into a bear, which I don't have, so no bear. And then there are the sun cards, you know? These can't be buffed, but also not debuffed. Now I understand less, but it's okay. Oh, dear lord. It's honestly a lot, and it took me a while to understand it, and I'm still struggling at times. For fuck's sake, stop! Did I win? I won! Oh my god! Hallelujah!
Your Excellency, a pure
Take
pleasure
that!
to play you.
The pleasure was mutual, I assure you. Congratulations, Witcher.
Stop desecrating Gwent! Get in it all!
Okay, now we can skip a doodle.
Maybe in...
Gwent.
There should... Will...
On up!
Now whack him.
I'll cleave the cunts, they dance on the pass around this rabble.
Smack him.
Cooled you off a bit.
Fuck.
Enough.
Like my good friend...
Zoltan cheap.
Was it Nova?
Attention.
Gent. Agree.
There we go. Sometime later.
In the pre-final, Count Monnier, representing the Skellige faction, shall face Geralt of Rivia, also playing with a Skellige deck.
My brother's dream has come true. Skellige in the final and played by both contestants.
I mean, dude, you didn't make it into the final. You set yourself as the final. So what are you talking about? These dwarves have long beards. I can't grow that long beards. I can't grow any beard. And I don't really want to, so you know. You've got a bit more beard on me, I guess. Do-do-do-do-do. With the longest beard, it was super thin, but it went almost down to his waist. He looked like a Viking, so I told him, "You look like a Viking. Oh, you have an amazing beard." And he's all, ho 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 ho. No. What did he say? Thank you. Got a nice big moustache yourself. Moustache. Oh yeah, I have a moustache now. I forgot. You don't feel that you've got hair in your face? Or did you just get used to it? My father would always just kind of twirl. I mean, yeah, but I still feel I have hair on my head. No, I do feel it's there, because it's everywhere. Yeah, I guess if you have really, really short hair, then you don't feel that much. Makes sense. There you go. Dude, stop copying me. Oh man, that was terrible. Why was it terrible? Dude, why do they all have freaking Geralt with Roach? Oh shit. I just hit my own butt. Oh damn. Dum-de-dum. Let's see if we can still win this. Huh? Weird. I always wanted to have a mustache, but I didn't get any because it felt like people would think I have autism or something. What? From his mustache? Dude, mustaches have nothing to do with autism. has something to do with genetics. I'm hearing. Around me in my life who has had autism has had a big weird mustache and mustache with small beard combo. Okay, I was waiting for it, because... I mean, that's just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with autism, it's just with... that, you know, it's like... Imagine everybody... around you who has ADHD has red hair. You know, you would you think that only red-haired people have autism, ADHD, or if you know, if you dye your hair red or something, you get ADHD, or you look like you have ADHD. You know, that's just weird coincidences. I mean, look at the women that have autism. I know they wouldn't have mustaches, right? Potentially. Please don't have Scourge, please don't have Scourge, please don't have Scourge, please don't have Scourge. Hey, it has Scourge! Fuck you. They would have mustaches, I'm sure. Oh, bitch! Seriously?
I thank you for the game.
Hard feelings. Hard feelings. Absolutely hard feelings. Shut up and fight again. Let's go! In any case, my mustache has been kind of annoying in the way, so I'm thinking of removing it.
Enough.
I mean, it does catch a lot of things.
Was it?
in the...
Sometime later. An eternity later. Shield Maidens! But I trim it so it doesn't catch anything. I'm very conflicted to keep it or to not keep it. That is a question. It grows back and it doesn't take as long as, you know, hair. If we were to buzz cut it or something to this length, takes a few years. A moustache, not so much. Worst case, you can get a glue-on moustache. Oh, then you look like me with a Bob Ross beard. Maybe not. Nobody looks that creepy. Please don't scourge me. I don't want to die. The Shield Maidens have arrived. What an asshole. In caveman era, those who had big beard, I wonder what advantage it has. I know it has disadvantages, like when you grapple and battle with someone, then you grab the beard and control the opponent. I don't think you can grab somebody by the mustache. The likelihood of that being possible is pretty low, I think. Let's try. Ooh, 2 shield maidens. Okay, I can't put the scourged dude down, otherwise I'll scourge my own people. Man, if someone would try to grab my mustache during combat, that would just shock me and I'd be stunned. Good sir, why are you trying to grab my mustache? Yeah. Cheeky little bastard. Posture checking. I did not mean you, but the mustache grabber. Posture is checked. How's my Korean studies going? Well, currently the freaking app is telling me how to pronounce English words in Korean. Like white, silver, gold, black. Boston, Philadelphia, Princeton. Phone, coffee, hair, even hair, key. I learned the freaking Korean word for key. Instead, I learned key again. Wow, good job. Why? Because it's freaking Squid Games special word things or something. Brum brum. Holy crap. I could have killed those. God damn it. Never mind. I won anyway. Huzzah!
Congratulations. The best man has won.
Yeah,
Playing
after
the
2
best
tries.
faction to boot.
Thanks. Good game.
Skellige won. What a bundle of pish. Tournament's not done. Now it's my turn.
That is what we agreed. Let us resolve our differences here and now.
Now to determine the ultimate victor. Geralt of Rivia, playing the Skellige faction, shall face Yaki Raffiberg, playing...
Yaki Raffiberg.
Let the better man or dwarf win.
Why do we not have a word for race inclusive thing? Seriously, may the better player win. Why do we have to say weird stuff? Seriously. Does Korean use a lot of English words like Japanese? I think so. Like mobile phone is hand phone. Unless they have a Korean word for it as well, and they pronounce it in Korean, so it's handopone, I think. The same way we in Germany have handy. Handy is mobile phone, cell phone. Nowadays we don't even say handy anymore because it's smartphones now, so it's smartphone instead of handy. But some still say handy because old. I'm curious. Do younger than 20 people still say handy? I don't know. I should ask them. Do you know what the word handy means? I feel like an old person now. Oh no, I'm asking dumb questions. So yeah, they have their English words in there as well. But I don't think, you know, hair, that they would say hair in English or with English words, you know? Stitch! Why but I'm Susan? Ow. I don't know to get your attention. Okay. Got the attention. Ah, neck. Don't forget to stretch your neck when you're staring at the screen all day. Aye, and blink. Dude, when I watched the Don't Blink episode of Doctor Who, I was constantly trying not to blink. It is so freaking difficult and also hurts so much. Yay! Olaf! Do you have the Scourge guy? No. Oh, destroy your enemy's strongest close combat units if the combined strength... Okay, cool. That's gonna be a problem. I noticed that you have streamed for 8 hours. Is it a special occasion? It is Christmas! Merry Christmas! Yeah, no, I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation. I want to get through the games, so I'm gonna do a lot of overtime. Tomorrow is gonna be Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth from 2 p.m. till, I don't know, 11 something. 11 p.m. Wait, wasn't Christmas yesterday? Well, yesterday was the first day of Christmas, and today is the second Christmas day. And 24th is... What is it called in English? Is that an English word for it? Christmas Eve. Yeah, Christmas Eve. Today is Christmas. Yeah, yesterday was Christmas. Today is Boxing Day. I thought Boxing Day was the 25th. Noche buena? Isn't it buenos noche? Good evening? I don't know any Spanish. Handy seems like a good expression for a cell phone. It is, but also it's weird. Noche buena is Christmas Eve. Okay. So it's good evening ish thing. The good night. Like a silent night or happy night or whatever. Wait, is it a Christmas day for you on the 24th or 25th? Well, Christmas Eve is when we get presents. 25th and 26th is just the Christmas days. Where we just, you know, visit family and stuff, I guess. But, you know, for children, the 24th is pretty much the most important. Also, we eat Christmas dinners or whatever on the 25th and 26th. And the 24th is actually just potato salad and sausages. Boiled sausages. I don't like potato salad though, so I would only eat sausages. So that was a very one-sided food source for me. So yay. Never was a fan of it, so I never continued it myself. Fuck potato salad. Yes, exactly. I'll teach you some Spanish words. Yay! I know Feliz Navidad. Cause there's a song. Okay, so it's the same here. 24th is the most important day for kids, but also adults here. The adults, I mean, 24th you basically go to church. It's a good song, yeah. It is. I mean, it's better than Last Christmas. Because it doesn't get you as mad, because it runs all over the... I mean, it runs... It doesn't come as often as Last Christmas. You know. Okay, where are we standing, by the way? Okay, if she is... Oh, bitch! Seriously? What about All I Want for Christmas Is You? Meh. Not that much of a fan, but also it doesn't bother me. What are the most popular Hungarian and German songs in Christmas that's not English? In der Weihnachtsbäckerei gibt's so manche Dreckerei. What is it called? I don't know the lyrics. It's a children's song, dude. I don't know. That's one of the German songs. That's common. I just don't know the lyrics by heart. I guess translations of songs like Heilige Nacht, Stille Nacht, alles schläft, einsam wacht. I don't know the lyrics either. Silent Night, Holy Night, if that wasn't clear, sorry. Yeah, I don't know if we really have, you know, poppy songs. They're kind of the traditional songs, I guess. Wait, I'm almost 99% sure. Okay, yeah. So there is a translated song of Feliz Navidad. So which is then, you know, German, I guess. Which it isn't, but also it is, kind of. They put Mariah Carey in Fortnite. What the fuck is she doing then? Is she just singing everybody to death or what? Yeah, what's his name? Wait a second. Yeah. 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 Yeah, wait. I want to hear it. Yeah, okay, wait, give me a moment. Wait. Can I find it through here? Oh, wait! Wait, that dude seems familiar. That guy looks familiar. I don't remember his name. Weird. It's for children, so, you know. I'm sorry. It's gripping deep inside me and just rips everything inside so I implode. Ah. Okay. We also have what's it called? Schneeglöckchen, Weißröckchen, and they're kind of just, you know, weird songs. Okay, that is the Feliz Navidad cover thing. Okay. This is the Weihnachtsbäckerei song. Whatever. that is just kind of off-putting. Children. Rolf Zukowski was one of the childhood song makers that just does all the I don't know if honestly is he still alive? I don't know. Does all the English all the German song thingies. Also there's translations for all kinds of things like Jingle Bells. I think we also have a German version. Don't know otherwise. Oh, Heintje! Little Drummer Boy translation. Okay, thing, whatever. Oh god. Mama. Yep. Okay. Though I think isn't he Austrian? Don't know if he's anyway. I don't know if we have any pop songs that are German, honestly. Unless they're translated. Sorry. It's cool to hear sing it. I've never heard before in German. Would you say that you sing worse, the same, or better than Mariah Carey? What question is that? Dude! Oh my god. Okay, second round. Let's see if we can... Thank you very much. I wish I could. I wish I could, honestly. Just, it would be so cool to sing greatly. I'm full of curiosity. Yeah, you absolutely are. Your bundle of curiosity. I think you sing better. Bitch, don't. Thanks for the lurk, babe. Enjoy the songs. Dude. If I could sing that well, that would be cool. Okay, let's get Olaf. Olaf! 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 Ha, bitch. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? Hallelujah! I still won. This game reminds me of chaotic TCG.
Thanks. Good game.
Bollock blisters! What hurts most is fucking Skilliga one. But as they say, tough shite. Congrats!
His hair is green.
Come on, lads! Let's get soused!
No, you must stay, for I wish to treat you all to a tipple. We must toast the premier of the new faction. And if anyone wishes to play a friendly match of Gwent, I see no reason why not.
We have played ambassador to the dwarfs and the humans.
Thank you for everything, Witcher.
Look at his mustache. Isn't it glorious? It looks funny. I don't know what chaotic TCG is. Didn't all go as planned. No problem.
No problem. Had fun.
You proved yourself a true Gwent master. Here, the grand prize. You earned it.
Huzzah! A trophy!
Thank you very
Hi.
much, Count.
Thank you once more for deigning to take part in my little tournament. I hope we shall meet again.
Who knows? Farewell.
Whoa!
No
Turn,
half-hearted
turn
measures.
around, turn.
Witcher? Was that truly necessary? And our knights, what are they? Chopped liver?
The famed Geralt of Rivia, tourney champion.
Yay. Chaotic Trading Card Game was a card game that had an animation of 3 seasons. I used to love the animation. Okay. Never heard of it. Are you okay? I think I commented it on last stream. Maybe? I feel like I've heard of it from one of you guys before, but not, you know, in a actual hearing thing. Whatever.
Ladies, come knights, come mates, come lords, come adventure lovers, come sprying in hordes, for hearing to sing.
Nice tune.
We boast exquisite wine, and that's rather enough to have a very good time.
Oh dear lord. I mean, my rhyming, you know, when I'm trying to sing out from the heart, whatever, is not much better. So, you know, I've got no what is it called? No leg to stand on. Let's put the freaking statue down onto the housey stuff. Cat. Okay, could they get rid of all the cats, please, in my house? Because, you know, they kind of hate me. Because Witcher and thing. You know? It's rude. Place a trophy. Oh, oops. Fist. And cards. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry man? This is the fist that will smack you in the face, oh dear lord. Ooh, it's a sword, a steel sword, blave. Let's keep it. Actually, is it better? Blave. Oh. Actually, let's keep it. We Were you in a choir when you were young? No. Did you take choir classes? No. I would have liked to, but also I heard the choir, the children's choir, and they sucked. Now it's just, hell no, I'm not gonna go there and sing these songs that I really hate. Are you kidding me? So, yeah. I was a little snob. And now I'm too terrified to actually go to a choir. I'm scared of people. On dit de nous les pires choses. Oh, freaking cat! Stop hissing at me. Ah. If you stand in a scene where people sing in front of a big crowd, would you do it? A what? I don't quite understand. Sorry. Would I sing in front of a big crowd? Dude, I wanted to once in school, but I was too scared, so I didn't. I don't know if that is an answer. Not sure if I would now, honestly. It's basically why I'm scared of joining a choir. Personally, I think it's my mother's fault. But, you know. It's an ad. It's an ad. It's an ad. Lovely little ad that nobody wants to see. Okay. I bit myself. What's this? There can be only one. Investigate the Isle of Luck. Célève. C'est la vie. Do you pronounce that way? That's weird. I need to sneeze. Or not? Maybe? Nope, it's gone. Sorry, I have ADD, so I... Oh! You actually meant ADD. I thought you meant an ad. No. Wait a second. What were you asking? Would I sing in front of a crowd? Basically, that is what I'm scared of. Oopsie shit. What did I do? That's partially why I don't join a choir, because I'm scared of singing in front of a bunch of people. Which I think stems from the fact that my mother kept telling me that I can't hit the notes constantly. Even though I have no training in actually hitting notes, so why would I know how to do that? So she just kept telling me to stop singing because I was butchering the songs. Yeah. I don't know if she meant it as a joke, but it hurts her. It hurts me as well. If somebody sings very crookedly or, you know, badly, it hurts, you know? So I can't listen to that either. But, you know, there's nice ways to go about it. And, you know, if your child keeps singing, maybe you could try to get your child to join a choir or get some singing lessons. Nope. You know, it's not expensive to join the choir because it's from the church. They want you there. They want you there. I joined the guitar. It was called Guitar Circle. It worked like a circle. You were all playing one note, one after another. It was so boring. I couldn't deal with it anymore. It's just I had no patience. I had no patience to learn things. That's why I don't know anything, or a lot of it, a lot of nothing, or you know a little bit of everything, I guess. A little bit of everything, all of the time. What am I doing? There can only be one. Father knows worst. Listen to your father. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Father knows worst. Hey David, how you doing? Once my dad told me that I can't hit the notes, I took that personally. But 10 years later, he was right, and that's how I improved my singing. I mean, my mother was right. Absolutely. But I also kept singing anyway, because, you know, that's how I cope with my brain pooping songs at me. And also, if I sing, my brain doesn't think. You know, so I basically numb out, or if the outside voice is louder than the inside voice, it's easier to get over the anxiety thoughts. You know, that's how I dealt with the depression and the anxiety most of the time. I kept singing Disney songs. Disney songs are my safe little bubble, you know. They're easy to sing. They're easier to remember because I've seen them so often as a child, and they feel comfortable. So if I have a lot of brain farts, brain shit going on, a lot of anxiety thoughts, a lot of depressive thoughts, whatnot, I keep singing a lot more. Does singing help your mental health? It doesn't really help it. It's basically like a shield. You know, I still get the crap thrown at me, but it bounces against the shield. You know, so it helps me in the sense of, you know, I've got a little defense thing. Some things still hit me, but the more I sing, the bigger the shield stays. So it kind of, you know, while I sing, the shield is up. As I stop, the shield is gone. It's not helping improve my mental health. It just keeps me safe from the thoughts, I guess. So take that as it, I don't know, as it is. I don't know. It's a coping mechanism, I would say, rather than actually helpful. Therapist agreed though that it's good, you know, because as you get hit more with your mental vomit, it gets more difficult to withstand it. So, you know, if you imagine your mental bullshit hitting you constantly, and you know you have your little singing shield. The hits go against the shield. But as the shield is gone, you just get hit and then you fall to the ground and you're kind of almost in a coma or something. You know, that's the difference. I still feel bad in the background, but I don't get hit. Metaphors! I love them! Yeah, but I also took that honestly personal for my mother, so, you know, I still sing though, because it helps. It helps. And what helps is healthy, you know? Just, you know, I would prefer if I actually could sing properly. You know, I recorded with a microphone thingy, I just tested, you know, for the settings and everything. And I do miss a lot of notes and it hurts when I listen to it. So, you know, it's kind of annoying. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to anybody who has, you know, a pain, the auditory pain receptors or whatever, that hurts when I sing, but I can't stop it. It comes automatically. Unless somebody requests sing-song mode, then that is not automatic, that is forced. Or in some ways, so you know, that's another story. You're a bit schwindelig. Oh no! Did you drink enough water, David? Did you drink enough of the tea or water or something? You need to stay hydrated. Why am I shaking the bob thing? David, you need to drink the waters. Hydrieren. Have you lifted before today? I actually don't lift, but you know, that's also something you need to do, apparently. Sauerstoff and stuff. I'm doing okay though. It would have been better if I took singing classes or something, dude, absolutely. The only singing class I had was when I was in France, okay? In France, we obviously joined the classes of the students there. And we had a singing practice thing, you know? They were doing these papa peepa po, papa peepa po, papa peepa papa peepa papa peepa papa peepa papa peepa po. I don't know which notes they were exactly, but it was kind of vocal training. And it's probably completely missed that. Anyway, we also sang 2 French songs. One was about Moses, and one was the cockroach blues, which still sticks with me, you know. So I guess in a way, it wasn't great. Eight or 7. I don't know. Okay, quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna do something and get the Grandmaster thing. Dude. Smithing! shows. Hello! Howdy how. Hello, Mr. LaForge.
Greetings. I hope your search goes well.
Let me see what you got. Let me craft a thing. How'd you end up apprentice to an elf?
Managed to find something already.
Wonderful.
Manticore!
I shall draft a copy. This is good. This at last will earn me the title of Grandmaster. I thank you, Witcher.
Oh!
Would you craft?
Of course.
Okay, I don't think he can craft me any Grandmaster thingy for the thing. Right? Master. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Component missing. And is enrich it. Enrich it. Enrich it. I was thinking of singing during stream, but I don't want to get copyright strict. I didn't so far I did not get struck by copyright issues. Like karaoke with my guitar. Yeah, that I think counts as copyrighted thing. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. Can I not build a few of these at once? That would be great. Oh. What is that thing? Orichalcum or Orichalcum. Where are you? Green gold ore. Orichalcum ingot. Oh, it's a dust. This is seed extract. Where do we get that from? Seriously. Not here. Ah. I didn't need another one. God dang it. It's a manticore something. I did the wrong one. Ah. It's the wrong song, but that's okay. Hey, it's a silver sword. It's a normal sword. Ooh, where is it? Where is it? Where's the Manticore sword? Manticore. Still. It's not as good though. Yuck. But I don't know that many songs anyway. But I want to. I'm thankful that I spent so much trying to learn music over the years. Dude, be thankful. Because I regret not doing it. So I can cope with bad feelings inside of me by playing piano and improvise. Dude, I envy you. I envy you. I've got a piano. I don't know how to play it properly. Because my left hand is a menace. It's like it wants to kill me. And I'm trying to keep it from killing me. And instead it's just breaking itself. Manticore trousers. Woo. He's got so much money. I do not have the thing. The gloves. Where are the gloves? Oh, where are the gloves? Gauntlet. Manticore. Oh my god, no! Did I just... I'm an idiot. I sold him. Ah, damn. I in my freaking... Ah! I thought I equipped it. Instead, I sold him the shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. If possible, it's cheaper to just rebuild it than buy it from him. My brain, seriously. Sometimes I'd like to just open up my head and just take it and throw it in the trash. Oh my god. Yeah.
Farewell.
Good luck.
I'm a little idiot. Sometimes I do the weirdest shit. Oh my god.
Greetings.
What do you have?
Okay, I've got the boots, I've got the gloves. Guess that's it.
Farewell.
Good luck.
Good luck on your journey to not be an idiot. Thank you. I do not have the pants. He has the pants. Give me my pants back.
Greet.
What do you have?
Give me my pants. Oh, give me my pants.
Farewell.
I'm not good at it though. I just know the basics. I know the basics of many things, but I'm not good at anything. You're good at knowing the basics in a lot of things. Dude, okay, wait. For you as well, you know? And anybody else who is ADHD ish, you know? Let me try. I don't know if I can find it this quickly. Okay. Freaking. Where do I find it? Okay. So, you know how it's called Jack of all trades, master of none? Actually, the saying is Jack of all trades, master of none, though oftentimes better than master of one. Important. Okay? Also, apparently, the Master of None was added at a later point in time. So, being a jack of all trades was actually a good thing. And now that we've got an ad. At them. Whoop. We almost got another level here. Where's the exit? Hello?
Truthfully, only a witcher stands to waste the beast.
We are in a net and I don't really want to see it. I don't see it anyway, but that's okay. Look for the wide lair. A layer, 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 layer. Welcome back. It is again very early compared to what it says that you are in an ad, but okay. Yeah, so Master of None was added in the 1800s. The original quote comes from the 1700s. And kind of implies that being a master or a jack of all trades is better, oftentimes, than a master of one, because you know a lot of things. Because back in the days, I guess it was better, because, you know, knowing a lot of different things is very handy. You can do a lot of things that way. Though, you know, it does feel kind of sucky at times. Oh, I need to equip these. You know how to juggle, see? I don't know how to juggle. And it's a very handy thing, I mean, apart from the hand part, you know. It's a very, you know, practicing hand-eye coordination and also, you know, I guess maybe in a way multitasking. So it's a good thing. Also, in the same area with the whole jack of all trades thing, it's also, you know, this whole blood is thicker than water? And people using that for you to, you know, forgive your family for things that hurt you. There's also an opposite thing to that. Or the same way, you know. Yeah, basically forgive and forget. You know, you know, because it's your family, you have to forgive them, which is bullshit. You know, if your family hurts you, you are allowed to not forgive them. Wait a second. Okay, blood is thicker than water, the extension. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. So, you know, not exactly the same thing they meant. What is thinner than blood? That's my homemade quote. Yeah, it's not, you know. I mean, it's the opposite, yes, but it's not the opposite meaning. It's just the same meaning, just switch around. MIT license. I've never heard of that before. Yeah, it's also. I mean, I didn't. It took me a while to hear the, you know, jack of all trades one as well. Okay, I kind of wanted to keep that sword. The maximum number of charges for each alchemy item is increased by 1. It's okay without that, honestly. I want to put stuff on that. confirmed. Okay. Cause burning. Chance to poison. Love poison. Sounds weird. And give the stagger there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, can I, oh my god, you know what? You know what, wait a second. Oh heck yes. I need more black dye. Okay, do I have dye in this thing? No, I don't. Okay, let's leave the pink stuff here because I don't really want it anyway. Okay, we can keep the gray. How about gray pants? Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go and sleep now since I only slept 4 hours. I feel my body going, hey, we need 8 hours of sleep. Go for. Oh, sleep. Good night. Sleep well. Sleep tight. Take good care of yourself. Drink a bit of water before going to sleep. You know, you don't dehydrate. It's important. Take good care of yourself. Good nighty. Talks about dehydration and is dehydrated. I'll drink in a moment. You too, thank you. Fantastic.
Now I shall sing you a song. 1, 2,
Ow!
1, 2, 3,
Hey,
5,
watch
6,
it.
7, 8.
Well, that was weird. Toodaloo.
Ah!
Oops, where did I go? Oh, the lally. Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes with a voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord arts. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. Bonk. I should rewatch Doctor Who again, cause it's fun.
Help us!
Someone, please, help!
Help! I need somebody help. Not just anybody help.
What's this about?
Monsters!
monsters there in the cave.
We managed to flee, but Hugo remains inside.
Oh no, Hugo!
Our brother. He's still in there, inside. Help us find him. We'll pay you for your toil.
Okay, I'm wondering, is there gonna be a donkey, a table? What was the third one? I forgot the third one. Oh no! Shame on me! How dare I? You're the ones looking for someone to escort you.
You post that notice about an escort?
Yes, we did. And not without cause, it seems. We
Well, that
waited
didn't
some
work
days,
out so well, did
but
it?
when none answered, we risked the expedition unaccompanied.
Fools we were. We'd have done better to show patience. Wait. Poor Hugo. Left to an unknown fate.
Into the unknown or something. I didn't actually watch the movie, so that's okay. What attacked you?
Noticed what attacked you?
There was no time. We ran for the exit as soon as we felt the earth quiver. But Hugo, well, he went the other way.
So, monsters crawl out of the ground?
I suppose. In truth, I don't know. We just ran. Did not look back.
Bangarang! What?
Why do you even go in there?
We lost our way.
Mistake that cave for the high road?
By the hair on my chinny chin chin, what difference does it make whether we went in for a stroll or to gather students? Hugo remains inside, in grave danger. That's what matters. Will you go in after him or not?
What are you gonna pay me?
Second could be vital.
Let's talk about my fee.
I could look into it, but it'll cost you.
How much would you take?
A reasonable price.
A reasonable price for our brother's life. No time, can't help. Fine, I'll help.
Fine. I'll look for him. You two stay out here.
Save. Thank you.
Kicking Moors. Damn it.
Sorry.
Bad.
Sorry. Totally screamed. I was just going to the thing to pick up the thing, but instead the bug came out. Did not expect it. I'm so sorry. Oh dear Lord. My poor little heart. That's what you get for gathering stuff.
Fresh blood on the blade. Weapon was Hugo's, maybe. Blood trail. Could be Hugo's wounded.
Oh no, Hugo.
Warm and damp. Kikimors prefer cooler environments. Probably why they keep their distance.
Joy is snoring so much.
Damn, water's hot. Get burned if I don't watch it. Could use some protection. Maybe Quen will work.
Quen! Get out! Get out! Ah! Ah! Okay. What did I grab? Still filter. Why do I still have that? Huh. Did I pick something up? Weird. There we go. Hello, Hugo.
You, Hugo? Your brother sent me.
Ja! Dizzards! Scoundrels! Tartmongers! They attacked me, but I fended them off. Now, they sent a brigand to finish the job.
I'm no brigand. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Ran into them outside, claimed monsters attacked. They ran, made it out, but you got stuck inside. They asked me to help you.
Is that what they told you? The lying weasels. More trickery on their part, I'm certain.
Whoa, slow down. What's this about?
I'm Hugo Monar. My father, Victor Monar, you may have heard of. A cognac distiller he was, famed for it. Before he passed, my brothers and I would quarrel over who would inherit the family business.
Okay.
So father decided he would force us to work together. He broke his still down into its parts. 3 of them he hid, telling each of us the location of one. When my brothers learned my part, the last, was hidden in here, they decided they did not need me anymore. They decided to cut me out of the business. Literally. We argued, fought.
Whoa.
The noise must have woken the beasts. My brothers ran for the mouth, while I ran deeper in.
Couldn't care less about your missing part. Let's go. Found the missing part.
So you came here to find a piece of a still. Mean this thing?
Yes. Where did you find it?
In the hot water.
Pool of a hot spring. Really hit it well, your father.
How were they going to find it?
Your pay. It is not much, I know. But I promise you good prices. The best once the tavern is open again.
Hold you to that. Now let's go. Brothers are probably getting antsy.
But why would they pay me to save him?
Wait, see there? My brothers. They've rounded up some thugs. They mean to attack me.
Oh, okay.
We don't know that.
Would you try to tell me it's a coincidence? That they return with an armed band?
Yeah,
They've come
kind
for
of
the last
Geralt.
part of the still. They would kill me for it. Please.
Seriously?
Hope.
Dude, why is it so bad to share with your brother?
Kill your brothers? You want that?
Well, perhaps not them, but the other roughs, for certain. As to my brothers, I don't know. You couldn't perhaps render them harmless?
Kill everybody
will
else
you
except my
defend me?
brothers. No one dies, not
about
today.
to start cutting folk down because of a family squabble about some spare bit of machinery. We're going over there, and you're gonna settle this. Talk it out.
But should they attack, you will protect me, will you not?
If they attack, unprovoked. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, I can live with that.
Hugo! Are you well?
We were worried.
Yeah, of course.
Why do I doubt this?
Listen, while you were in there, we realized this tiff is senseless, idiotic. You might have been harmed, gravely, and that's something we could never live down.
Lucian is right. We must bury this hatchet, work together as Father wished it.
What about my pay? Why'd you bring muscle?
Claim to come in peace. But then who are these men?
Hunters, who had made camp nearby. They spotted us and asked if we had no need for their aid.
You went in, were gone a long time. With these men to help, we thought we might come to your rescue.
Interesting.
All right, glad to see you've made up. Now I really need to get back to my own affairs.
Naturally. Your payment.
We thank you for your help. Should you ever find yourself near the Clever Clogs, you must stop in. Superb cognac. Some of the best.
Will do. So long.
Okay, so they weren't thugs after all. Look at that. Who would have thunk? That was a bit weird then. Oops. He rolled down the little hill. Well, that was quick. There can only be one. Talk to Jacob the woodcutter. Meet the merchants in the camp. Okay, let's go with a vineyard.
Come on.
Oh wait, I have. Do I not have new arm thingy for Roach? Look, isn't it? Wait, that's the previous one, isn't it? Is it? Weird. No. Da, 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 da. Okay, what is this? Trophy. Chance to dismember. Bonus gold. Bonus experience from humans, non-humans. Chance to dismember. Bonus gold. Bonus experience from monsters. Let's go with that.
That's it, Roach.
That's it, is it? I don't know if it is. It is something. Holy mother. Don't kill my birds, dog. Horse. Bitch. Okay, I need something against toxicity, because that is not good. What is it? Potion... poison. Oh. Remember the song I need to put on the favorite list? Alice Cooper, poison. There we go. Good. Done. Okay. Seriously? I feel like I'm missing it. I wish I could favorite these things, honestly. Hello! How am I crazy? I'm not crazy. You're crazy. I did take a break in between. I had to eat something and Joy had to go outside. Merry Christmas! Frohe Weihnachten and stuff. Where is the anti-poison thing? Am I blind? I'm already carrying it. Sleeping stream, nice. Frohe Weihnachten. How am I sleeping? I'm not sleeping. Who's sleeping? Die.
Come on.
That's still too warm. Thank you. Common content for another kind of streamer. Well, there are there's a panther. He's gonna kill everybody. Now he's black. Look at that. This one is black. Come back here. What the heck are you doing? Seriously? Come back. Why are you running away? Oh no, it's a boar. 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 They are mean.
Hard to believe you stick over here like a pitchfork in a dog.
Than a quail. Yes, I should.
If I
only could.
I truly would.
Layabouts, wonks, sluggards, skivers.
Yeah, no, apparently that's against the rules of the TOS, because you are, I mean, unless you have, you know, whatchamacallit, mods constantly watching over you, because you need to be in control over your chat. You know, if there's people who post bullshit, you know, very rude stuff. Why is the water so freaking blue? You need to be able to control that. So what they're doing is very risky for the channel. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, I should. Dee 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 doo. Where are we? I know. Why is it so far away? Roach! Where are you? Jump. Oopsie.
Run, Roach.
Yeah, if I want to play Final Fantasy tomorrow, I should probably also go to sleep soon. It's gonna be what is it? 9.5 hours again. Run, run, run! Oh damn. Go away. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's some chickens. Where's the map? Okay, we need to go to
Take
the
it
left.
easy.
Oh shit! It's more plants. It's more flowers! Goodness gracious, what's now?
Time to end this.
Holy crap. Is it dead? Is it not? It's a letter.
And a key. In a place like this? That'd be interesting.
Welcome back, Adrian. Afterbar. Afterbar nap. Read these orders carefully, for I will not tolerate any blunders. Report to the agreed-upon location tomorrow and collect the next delivery of seedlings. We must intensify our efforts to infest Vermentino. Be at pains to arrive on time, for the team from the other vineyard will be waiting. Do not forget the key. Well?
Apparently someone's sabotaging operations at Vermentino, but the letter doesn't say who. Need to keep looking. Could still find out.
If I only could.
Looks like an Arcaspore killed him.
Well, too bad for you, my dude. Oh, 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 he's ripped in parts. That's bad. No, da, da, da. No, do, 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 do. Okay. Vineyard infestation. Okay, I should probably go there, honestly. It's probably some bullshit,
Let's go.
thing I have to do anyway. How long will you do tonight? Probably at most half an hour more. I did not mean to go this long. I wanted to actually quit at 10-ish. Where am I? Where the heck am I? Oh. Where did I put the pointer? Weird. Singing voice is also soothing. Thank you very much. Unless I'm screaming, you know? Because that happens as well. I guess.
Show me what you got.
Shit. Show me what you've got. Do, 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 do. Oh, it's a bug. It's a bug. 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 Oh, it's dead. Oh, bitch. Haha. Where's the egg?
Centipede spawning ground.
Death.
Should destroy it.
Okay. To what is this? Optional search Coronata for proof of sabotage. Where is that?
Thank you.
Oh, you were asking for help. I did not notice. You did not do it for you. Abandoned site. What is this? What is this? Where's Coronata? Search. What? Is this Coronata? Is this? I'm very confused. Can find Castel Ravello, Coronata, and the state's famous vineyards. Okay, this is the Castel Ravello. Where is that? There. Dude, I have no idea. Maybe this is something for tomorrow rather than, or not tomorrow, but rather next week. Where is it? Where is it? Coronata. I don't know, where is it? Where it is? It is not this. It is not this. It is not this. It is a different one. It could be around here. Maybe. I don't know. What is this? I don't know. Following the leader, the leader, the leader. Da 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 dum, da 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 dum. Pa 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 pa. Plagman's Bridge. Okay, maybe it's all right over there. I don't know.
Which you'll put someone's eye out.
Drink, sing, have your fill of fun. Just take care not to...
Just take care not to what?
Your bum.
Hello, merchant. Wait, stop.
Greetings, Trap.
Buy my shit.
Mind if...
No. You can have this. This is bullshit.
So long.
Good luck on the path.
Your heartache,
I stock
wish
the
for,
larder
you
of the
keep.
Duchessa herself.
Okay. You say so. Hello, doggies.
Nourish yourself. You knit color. You look fine.
There's a wine bag, whatever. Hello. What are you calling this place?
Good day.
Good day. You too. Herbalist.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. I don't care. What?
Master Liam doesn't seem a diligent proprietor.
He tries his best he can. It's not his fault our vineyard suffered plague upon plague.
Plagues? What kind?
Well, the enormous yellow man-eating sun juice, for instance.
Sun juice?
You cannot set foot into the brush for fear of coming out ahead shorter.
Okay, if you say so.
Show me.
Here comes the sun. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes
Show me
the
what you got.
sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Bum bum. We don't have anything to cook. Morgen ist der dritte Weihnachtsfeier. The third one. Weihnachtsfeier wurde aber Ende des 18. Jahrhunderts, Anfang des 19. Jahrhunderts abgeschafft, damit die Leute mehr arbeiten und weniger Freizeit haben. Feel free to translate for others. Tomorrow is the third day of Christmas, Christmas Day, which was stopped in the 1800s, which was removed at the end of the 1800s, beginning of 1900s, so people would work more and have less free time. There you go, translated, kind of, on the spot. Yeah, probably. Dude, I would not, I would not put it past anybody to remove Feiertage. Dude, also, I hope I'm gonna make you jealous. I have Baden-Württemberg holidays, so I've got the full package of weird Feiertage. No, nine is spelled N-E-I-N. 9.
Have you ever been
And
to
9,
Blueberry?
9 number is 9. Neun. In German at least. Even if you going for the 9999 joke. You know. So backwards 9 is equals 9. That I can't argue with that. If you read it backwards, then yes. Yeah. Where the fuck am I anyway? Okay, where is Coronata anyway? Coronata. Oh, by the way, do you know any German Christmas songs? Or any Christmas songs that are very popular in Germany that are German? 'Cause I can't think of any. Most of them are just translated to German. Adrian will understand me. Okay. Maybe. Who knows? 9! I do. Pick me. Yeah, I'm asking you. Scheiße. No. Scheiße is only one E at the end. Also an SZ, but you know, you don't have that on your keyboard. Also, if it's a night, then it's Scheiß Night. Schneeflöckchen, Weißröckchen, I already suggested that, but it's also, you know, I don't know, that's one of those childhood songs, I guess, you know? Kind of like, ja, morgen Kinder wird's was geben. Yeah, I mean the childhood songs, I meant more, you know, something like, freaking Last Christmas, All I Want for Christmas Is You, and, this kind of nonsense. Kind of pop songs rather than childhood songs. Also, dude, I think I've in school we've sang a song. What is it called? Damn, the one with the lasst mich rein, ihr Kinder. Da, 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 da. Ist so kalt der Winter, lasst mich rein, ihr Kinder. Da, 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 da. Kling, Glöckchen, klingelingeling, kling, Glöckchen, kling. There, that one. Took a moment. We have only very old original Christmas songs, yeah, I guess. We don't have any new fancy stuff. We only have this order of words, yeah. Wir haben nur... It's actually the correct order. We only have... Yeah. Oh, perfectly good sentence. As far as I know. All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. Yeah, I would like my original tooth back as well. It's broken, because I fell over my dog. Hey, Andalin! Thank you for the raid! How's it going? Merry Christmas again? Or again? I don't know. I have no sense of time. Merry Christmas anyway. How's it going? What have you been up to? 2 more hours of stream time. Oh. That's Neo. That's Neo. Is that Neo? I think it was Neo. I feel like I remember that part. Was that Neo? Astrobot. Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Tini, Christmas is like 360 plus days away. No! Oh fuck, it's already the 27th. Okay. Fuck. Okay, cool. Never mind. Not Merry Christmas anymore then. God damn it. I thought it was till the 26th, okay? Merry not Christmas then. Happy unbirthday. Where I'm looking currently for Coronata on the map. I can't. Location here. East of Plagman Bridge. East is to the right. Neo F the Matrix. What? What?
The book of lust is hard and girthy. No one can grip the damn thing.
What?
Why? You
Can I do something for you?
Tell me why I need another
Dark secrets
bathrobe.
take even a fairy tale that she liked. Hello.
Is a dude? Okay, he's alive.
Watch where you traipse.
The forest, mighty forest, boundless.
In. Was that?
Witcher? Oh, hello.
Was that a thing? Oh god, what is the song called? Dude, there are so many songs in this game that are just weirdly out of place. Did he just sing The Lion Sleeps Tonight? It was like The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Oh, I can steal through the door. That's handy. We had yeah, eBay.
You'll frighten me, kiddies.
I bought on eBay.
Is it true peasants gotta carve his cows himself now?
Tell me why. I'm stuck. Okay, how do I find proof?
Greetings.
For sabotage? Sabotage. You'll find some if you fix problems.
You in a hurry?
Frukta med sunjogot, kinjom tamagiat.
You are the famed Geralt of Rivia, are you not?
Don't think that's correct.
Come now, madame.
Hey Wilk, how you doing? It's a Hungarian song. Something. It's basically I caught myself a mosquito. I what is it called? I squished out its fat. It was more than whatever that measurement is, ton, or I don't know. And then whoever believes that is a bigger horse than a mule, or a bigger mule than a horse, or something like that. And it's just it's a canon song where you just, you know. But I keep forgetting the lyrics, like normal. Sounds mildly disturbing, just mildly. Normal Hungarian songs, yeah. Have a good nap, Adrian. If you're on when I get back, have a lovely night. Yeah, I hope I'm gonna go to sleep soon. But yeah, do have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep tight. Don't let the mosquitoes bite.
Save me!
Hello. Oh, wait, I need my sword. I need my sword! Dude, I need my sword, okay? Let me do this first. Okay, cool. Hi. Hi. Thank you for waiting.
Save me!
Wham! And his legs are off. Cheers. How's it going? You gotta go exercise, but you're procrastinating. That is not good. Go exercise.
How are you dubbed?
How am I dubbed?
Geralt. Geralt of Rivia.
My thanks,
I'm
Sir
dubbed
Geralt.
in English.
The scallywags sought to demolish our herb garden, you see.
Scallywags?
I thought I shall take a hammer, scare the rabble off, but to my great chagrin, there were too many and I failed.
Oh shit.
There's no use crying over spilt wine. Come with me to Vormentino. I'll patch up your armor or pound the anvil to fulfill some other need.
Don't pound the anvil, please. I bought a pull-up bar. My arms are noodly. My arms are so noodly. I just figured that out, apparently. And we've got an ad, which sucks. I know.
Fine. Lead the way.
Wait, I don't want to go there, though. Shit, I didn't read the thing. His hair is yellow again. Ach. Ach.
Here we are. Is there some way I might help you?
I don't know. I need to look up the lyrics.
Vineyard's glory days seem like a thing of the past.
It seem better times true. For bandits are not our only problem. Enormous yellow parasites, their ever-growing plague we also must contend with. Maid Matilda tries her best, but when folk fear to go out and work, what is she to do?
Ah, no! No, the freaking the mosquito was bigger than a horse. That's what was missing. Oh my god. Okay, good. Finally, I'm happy. How How am I dubbed? Why, poorly, of course. I am dubbed, something. Yes, and also the subtitles suck. I don't want to exercise, I want to play video games and watch streams. You can do exercise while watching streams. Not video games, though. You know, that depends on what exercise you're doing. If you do sit-ups, you can kind of, but, you know, only small, slow ones. I wish I had a pull-up bar. That would be nice exercise. You would not be able to video game or watch streams, really. Currently, I'm just hanging. I can't do anything else. I'm just hanging. And even that I can barely do. But you know, also I'm practicing not hitting my head in it. It's close. It's close to the point where it's a bit dangerous. Do one turn of a turn-based game at the top of every sit-up. Yeah, see? Like that. Just need to put the mouse and keyboard on a tiny table. Hanging is a better exercise than no exercise, is it? Apparently, yes. But I don't like it.
Craft something for me,
But also, I do. Does a pull-up bar help you pull yourself up from the depth of your misery? No. It just exists. It makes me sad. No, it doesn't. It's a bit something. Show me what you've got.
Right. What do you have?
A sturdier one. One that's gonna make me happy, yes. Dude, I still have this, you know. People say that you're supposed to work out. Why? Why is that not equipped? Weird.
Thanks.
People keep saying that it's when you're exercising you feel better afterwards. I'm still waiting for that. All I feel afterwards is exhaustion. So I don't know what people are talking about. It's like they're crazy or something. Any exercise. That, you know, going to the gym is all making people happy and giving you dopamine and endorphins and dolphins and a bit of fish and whatever. No, it does not. It just makes you tired. I always feel better after I exercise, but that's because I like being exhausted, and if I exercise, that means I don't have to feel bad eating ice cream. You don't have to feel bad eating ice cream, though. You know, you're not eating a whole bucket of ice cream. You know, maybe that's the problem, because I feel constantly exhausted, so, you know, adding extra exhaustion to it is just kind of insane. I mean, imagine being hungry constantly, and then if you eat, you get more hungry for whatever reason. I know it's not logical, but just go with it. Would you be eating? Or would you think, oh, well, I'm already exhausted anyway, so there's no point in me actually eating. I'm already hungry enough, so if eating makes me more hungry, then I don't really want to eat more, you know? I messed up my analogy. Shame. It worked for me back in the day with jogging and biking, but not with some floor shit. Can you stop? Oh dear lord. Then again, I never managed to do a single push-up. Oh my god, I know how to get down, I don't know how to get back up. I'm just kind of down there. Forever. For me, the post-work exercise exhaustion is like a good exhaustion that feels deserved rather than like a man, I just worked. Okay, wait. So, it's a mental thing. Is that it? You feel good about the exhaustion because you did something for it. It's not actually a different kind of exhaustion. It is exhaustion, but you have the thought, yes, I did something and that's why I'm exhausted, rather than, you know, I've just existed for 24 hours and I'm exhausted for no reason. Or 12 hours or 10 hours or whatever. Okay. Okay, then maybe that's the problem. Because I can't think like that. I mean, that's the same thing that leads to religion. It just kind of fake your brain into believing shit.
They scoffed at you. A migrant from the north, but if you hadn't come, they'd still be wetting their britches
Wanna go
with beer.
fish in the channel?
Thanks.
Maybe that's my problem. Is that how it's not supposed to be, or normally is?
Those Coronata folk are worse
I mean, I'm
than
Christian as well, but you know, I'm not a believing Christian or devout or whatever. I just kind of, okay, well, I was like, I got the water on the head and a stamp that I had confirmation and everything, and now I'm thing. We have the same first name. Oh my god! I think I existed for over 200. Did you calculate that? And it is rather exhausting, dude. Have you ever restarted the? I think, you know, if your phone is on for that many hours, it's gonna be exhausted as well. So, you know, it needs a bit of a reboot. So I think we probably also do. What is he doing? Are you okay? Is he dancing or is he scared of the wood? Or the butterfly?
Boy, is my bum ever ready to blow.
It came a bit out of nowhere. Oh god.
Drink! Give me a drink!
Oh no. Oh god. Holy crap. Yep. Good. Hi, puppy. Ooh. Wait, puppy cam. Puppy cam. Ba 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 ba. She looks so derpy. Why do you look so derpy, puppy? Wait a second. Here you go. Boop. Why does she look so silly? Oh, baby. Yo. Yo. Okay. He's rapping quietly. I mean, that did look like some sort of dancing. But yeah, it is definitely a mental thing. But a part of that mental thing is just knowing that exercising does reward you. Like, I know that if I keep exercising, that I will overall improve my life quality. Also probably helps that exercise before bedtime, so it is also helps me fall asleep. Well, if I exercise before sleep, then I feel worse because you know my thing is I'm too tired. I'm too tired already. I can't deal with more exercise from you know. Did it work like this? Was it play slug? Was it play slug? No, it didn't. What was it called? Wasn't it play slug? I thought it was play slug. Even though I don't know what play slug means. You know, okay, let's try again. Doesn't work. Weird. Anyway. I'm gonna go to the exhausting thing. I'm sure you'll be here in 1 hour when I'm back. God damn it! Have a good exercise and good sleep. Take good care of yourself. Also, don't forget to hydrate while doing so, because it's important. And there's a puppy who's licking my hand. Hello. Blem, 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 blem. Thank you. Why is she holding my hand? She's holding onto my arm. Look at those claws. She looks like a little bear. Yeah, dude, I you know, I keep you know, my aunt is very religious, my grandmother as well. And I keep thinking, or talking to them, and they're just kind of, okay, if I believe hard enough, you know, I know that things are gonna be good and be better and whatnot, and that's why I never feel sadness or, you know, or get out of the sad thoughts and whatnot. And I think, dude, I would want that. I don't want to be sad, but also that's not gonna do it for me. And the same way, if I believe that freaking exercise is gonna make me happy or make me feel better, I would like to do that. I just can't. If I tell myself, okay, I'm gonna be, you know, more relaxed, more happy, more whatever the fuck, if I do this exercise, it does nothing to me. Just how many times am I supposed to tell myself that?
I stock the larder of the Duchessa herself.
And I thought people were, dude, then it's just a freaking head thing. Then I can do that as much as I want, and I'm just gonna fail anyway. If it's truly a, you know, a belief thing that you have to work on. How hard do I have to believe to be wealthy? Exactly. Just gotta pray enough for you to become, you know, win the lottery or whatever.
They say a great deal.
Can't do that. I wish I could. Honestly, I feel like I envy only some people, honestly, because there are some crazy people out there, and crazy as in you know, not crazy, but evilish. Fuck you. Crazy. I just want to have this whole you know, everything is gonna be fine kind of belief. That would be great. I'd appreciate that shit. What the fuck is going on with this plant?
Archospores will sprout again. Should destroy the area if I want to get rid of them for good.
Kill them. Now I'm fucking depressed, probably because I stopped praying. No, don't be depressed. I didn't want to cause that. No, I mean, I think you missed the first part. Oh. Prayed so much between 15 and 20. Now I'm fucking depressed from it. Okay. Good. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, it just, I don't know. It would be great if it worked. Bullshit! Stop it! And it's
Blow
gone.
itself didn't kill him. Bled to death afterwards.
Cool.
What have we got here?
Fail me this time and I'll skin that splotchy hide of your rump. Pick up the next batch of seedlings tomorrow from the Tesham Mutna hatchery. We need to infect another spot at Coronado. But don't be late because the team from the vineyard on the other side of the river's got the key.
Interesting. This note plus what I found earlier. Some big parties causing problems at the vineyards. Need to find the spot the letter mentions. Bet I'll find something mighty interesting behind whatever door this key opens.
Yay. Sounds like fun. Whee! Where's the last place, though? Oh my god, it's down there. Holy crap. Okay. Brooch! Hi. How did you get here?
Giddy up.
You're doing such a good job, my little horsey. The fuck? Are you okay? I watched Snow White so freaking much as a child. I don't know the lyrics. Because I did not understand a thing. Also, I think I listen to it in Hungarian all the time, so I don't even know. Maybe I just didn't understand the Hungarian back then. The Hungarian. Where am I going? Oh, there. Cockatrice in. Look at that. Woohoo! I'm almost there. Almost there. Okay. Zip, 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 zip. Hortensia, liebe Hortensia mein, wann werden wir wieder beisammen sein? Zoom. It's not Hortensia. What is the name? I don't know. Hey, Roach.
Let's go.
Stop being so wimpy, everybody.
You shan't find anything better in all this. I stock the larder of the Duchess.
He stocks the larder. Oh shit. Howdy ho, there's a door. There's a door. There's a door down there. Boopity boop. Banana. Yeah, don't be a wimp. It was only a warhorse that ran you over. Hey, Baloo. How you doing? Indeedly do. They should not get their panties in a bunch, honestly. Hey, there's deer. Nice. Hello. Oh, there's a door. The Deus in the Machina. Alright. Hello. Anybody home? Am I gonna run into a bandit camp or some weird ass cultist thing? I'd appreciate it if it weren't. Oh, hello. Oh shit.
I got poisoned. I don't really appreciate it though. Burn. Burn.
Bananas with pajamas. Ow, 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 ow. Banana without a B is pineapple. Totally works in English, yes. It's a sparkly box. Site of stock taking, Vespine Archespore Hatchery, codename Mushroom Farm. Yes. Near Tasham Mutna, owner Count Vladimir Crosby. Vampire. Stock under review, Vespin Archspore bulbs. Blah. Dormant bulbs, 24 bulbs without sprouts, whatever. Changes since last stock, blah. Important. Some bulbs are now too mature to be safely transported. These should be burned, otherwise they will sprout in the hatchery. Okay.
Finder proves Count Crespi's behind the sabotage at both vineyards. 4 saplings? Gotta tell Matilda and Lisa degenerate to cultivate something like this. Need to incinerate them before they spew spores and spread.
Burn them all. Ooh. Oh, I enjoyed that. Hello? Oh, no, that's mushrooms. That's actual mushrooms, I mean. Okay, cool. Woo-wee! Doing well, the weather is good for winter and I just bought and installed Witcher 1. I've never played it before. That sounds like fun. Except I played the tutorial. Have you played the tutorial? Have you just started the game or have you only installed it? Because, dear lord, I struggled with the gameplay so much. Liam. Matilda. Oh dear Matilda. Maria. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Run, little roach. Run, 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 run. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Woo! Horsey almost fell into the river. That would have sucked, I guess. Yo, yo, yo.
There's nowhere to be done.
Oops, nope.
Run, Roach.
No, don't run. Let me off.
Your boots could use some polish, Vagrant.
No, 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 no. Do not touch my boots. They're mine. Hi, puppy. Bye, puppy. No puppy cam, I guess. Puppy has moved. Save! I need somebody save. Hello, Ducal Clerk.
Master Witcher, have you any
Have you
news?
any news? Yes, I do. Belgard, anything special about it? I know the saboteur's
Learned
identity.
the same man caused Coronata's and Vermentino's problems. Got proof. A certain Count Crespi. He's at the root of it all.
What, Crespi? Belgard's erstwhile owner? Why, that's impossible.
Got it all here, in writing.
He did indeed have motive. He knew well his own vineyard could not survive if Vermentino and Coronata were to join forces.
Probably why he incited the feud. Pulled it off, too, mostly. Just failed to bring his plan to completion when the beast got him.
Incredible. You mean to say it
Incroyable.
wasn't Liam?
I was certain my troubles were Matilda's doing.
In light of new evidence, the most just resolution would be for both injured parties to share oversight of Belgard.
Wait, just a minute.
You mean
Do you mean to
cooperate?
suggest we're to cooperate?
It's the optimal solution, yes. In terms of the health of the enterprise as well.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do believe he's right. Perhaps it is time to bury the hatchet.
And get that stick out of your ass.
There's much to be gained. So be it.
I'm glad we've come to an agreement. One question remains. What's to become of Coronata and Vermentino?
Got caught up in the investigation. Still got problems there, but I'll clear them up.
Excellent. Then we shall await news in the matter. Preferably good news.
Wait, didn't I do everything already? What? Seriously? There's one left? Oh, bullshit. Roach, where are you? Come here. What are you doing over there? God damn it. Okay, we're gonna finish this before I go to sleep. So run, Roach, run.
My stomach growls like an angry wolf.
Sorry.
Those Vermentino folk.
Ad time! Again?
Slower.
We literally just had an ad. Wait a minute. Okay. If you say so. There you go. Oops! Couldn't start an ad at this time. Try again later. Oops! But that's lovely. You recently ran an ad and must wait to run another. Good. Twitch has decided, I guess.
Go, go.
Oh no, more Pflanzen! No Pflanzen! No Pflanzen, thank you very much. I need my potions first, because otherwise I will be stupidly poisoned. Roach, come here. Do not die, please. Thank you. We need to nap. Till morning. To the morrow! Run. Alcohol. Stand up. There we go. Cheerio, little sprout.
Ugly bastard.
Okay, dead. Skippity boop. Skippity skip. Okay. Return to Liam and Matilda. Roach. Where are you? That is a naked horse? That is actually not a naked horse. It is actually Roach. Never mind. Thought he was naked. I don't know why. His clothes did not load yet. How are you still going? By pure obsession. I'm super tired. I just can't stop. Hello, Mr. Man. Shut up. Go away.
Master Witcher, have you any news?
I did do a 24-hour stream. Once. How much do they pay you? A total of nothing. I've dropped in like 3 times today, and each time you are here. Did you sleep in between? Because that would mean that I'm doing more than normal. And each time you are here. I mean, it would be weird if you would drop in while I was not here. I guess that would be a bathroom break or, you know, lunch break. Actually, dinner break, never mind. Started wondering about you until you said you only did it once. Only once. It was in, actually it was this year. In May or April or something. It was Zelda Kingdom of something, the Tears or whatever. And afterwards, dude, I realized when I did that, I realized that one, having not slept for 24 hours, causes you, for one, to get a bit dizzy and a bit, cuckoo in the head, but also no anxiety thoughts, no depressive thoughts. I was actually happy. And also, apparently, there's studies where they with people who have depression and high depression and severe depression, whatever, and high anxiety, they do this where they cycle through a phase of, okay, not sleeping 24 hours, then a whole bunch of whatever the fuck. I don't know the study anymore completely. But they have regular sleep, and then every 1 or 2 weeks they have, I don't know, weird phases. They have cycles, how they do that. And that helps them with their depression. So it was kind of interesting. Don't do that without any reading up on it, though. And also consult a doctor, probably, maybe, before you do anything. But it was very interesting to read that afterwards, because I was wondering, why the hell am I suddenly not depressed, or I'm not depressed, but why did I not have anxiety thoughts when my brain would usually just poop out all the bad thoughts constantly? So that was really cool. But also I was tired, but also couldn't sleep. So I can't sleep during the day anyway. Will be sleeping soon though. I should too. Also my electricity turns off at 3 a.m. automatically. So at the very least I need to go to sleep at 3 a.m. For the computer, by the way, not for everything. That happened once during stream when I had it on 1 a.m. So I set it to 3 a.m. instead. I could totally stream all day if I could live off it. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's 8 hours of streaming or 8 hours of other work, totally. But also it is exhausting. I don't think I could ever do a 24-hour, mainly because part way through the stream it's ours, because all your guys have to sleep at some point. I mean, yeah, but also you might catch people that usually can't join you because they have a different time zone, So that worked pretty good with my 24-hour stream. That the American followers were also able to join because I was also streaming during their free time. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, you get insomnia. No. I mean, yeah, but also no. No, I do have insomnia without the 24-hour phase thingy. Get like a period where everything feels fine, yeah. I never did that though, so I didn't really think about it. The thing is, the reset is such a ball ache. Yeah, trying to stay awake during the hardcore sleepiness, that is the difficult part. Especially if you have work and have to get back into regimented regime. I think also they did that on specific days or something. I mean, you can get a lot of stuff done during those 24 hours, right? Theoretically. Because you don't need to sleep, so you can just do all the things that you were putting off. Just don't, use any machinery that could potentially sever your fingers off your hands. I would recommend not to do. 24 hours awake, lame LAN party, 40 hours. It was a good time. Dude, I never was invited to a LAN party because I didn't have any friends who actually played games back in the day. In the teeny tiny teenager time, and now I'm just not. I'm not made for staying up during the night. Oh, dude, do you remember the code camp? I was so dead, but I also ate a whole bunch of sugar, so I probably had a sugar high and a sugar low and whatnot. You weren't there, but I was dead. I was just suffering so hard. If I don't sleep, I just get too tired to be anxious at some point. When talking 24 hours or more, then all I think of is sleep. I wasn't, actually. I was a bit confused, though. Will you only see them whenever you do those long streams? Yeah, that is true. Or when they have free time or vacation. It's very sad. It's very sad. Fucking time zones, I hate them. Let's do a LAN party with scheduled nap times. I cannot nap and I cannot schedule naps. Yeah, non-stop eating brings you tough through this hour. No, it does not. It just makes you want to vomit.
Solved your problems. Coronata and Vermentino can both go back to operating normally.
Under the
vineyards
circumstances,
are
it is my
saved.
pleasure to announce that the title to the Belgard vineyard will officially be signed over to the new consortium the two of you shall form.
Truly? I cannot believe it.
Why are his eyes so purple?
Thank you, Witcher. I've no idea how to repay you.
Could start with my reward.
Yes. Well deserved, I dare say. Here.
Hallelujah. Star.
Far be it from me to insist, but I've a feeling a professional's aid might yet be useful to you. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Come with me. It is high time you saw Belgard.
I'm not sure I liked his tone. Come with us, Witcher. Something tells me we shall have work for you yet.
Join you later. I don't want to help you anymore. You're annoying.
No problem.
Please stop bothering me. Oh my god. Why is Roach naked?
BC.
Oh, you're not Roach. You're Roach. Why is that horse here?
That's it. Each time I come here, I should.
Let's go.
So weird.
Most amusingly, the locals believe.
Okay. I think that's the perfect spot to stop for today or yesterday, I guess, because today I will be streaming again. I cursed it. You did? When? You missed my fixed comment though. You fixed? How did you fix? You didn't fix. There was a star. Oh, okay. Oh, now, okay, I get it. I didn't see the difference. Let's do a LAN party with spontaneous passing out times. Oh, yeah. Okay, that works. That works. Okay, there's also the ad time. I'm gonna look for somebody to raid, and we had a channel point redemption for ad time. So 30 seconds of ad. I am very sorry. I cannot. I wanted to say 30, but it didn't come out right. Okay, let's find somebody to raid. Who is actually streaming? Who? Look at that! Look at her streaming! Ho ho! Okay. Don't you dare. Don't you dare go away. Holy mother. Alright. Ho! Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Gaz. And well, good night again for the third time. Sleep well, everybody. Good night. I hope to see you around. We're gonna raid the BAM, who's currently playing Tears of the Kingdom and also standing around. Might be AFK. I don't entirely know. Have a lovely day thing. Good night. You're welcome. That'll be $50. I can pay you in game. Take care. I'll be streaming Final Fantasy VII Rebirth 2 p.m. today. After sleep, obviously. For roughly the same amount of time. Because I want to finish the game soon. Take good care of yourself. Have a lovely day thing. A good night. Sleep tight. Ouch! Don't let the freaking lantern burn you. Good night. Oh my god. Okay. Don't touch hot things. Good night. Stay hydrated. Bye bye. Oh.